fun to be back over here.
He is on his game.
How ghetto is it?
Hey, what would happen if the Pirates were off?
I think this would happen.
We should beat off.
Nothing's guaranteed, though.
What if we were asked something to do today?
I was looking for that one earlier, actually.
And who does he work for? Because I need him to do stuff.
Yeah, I got to find that one.
We were on the air at that point, weren't we? That wasn't just
No, that was as I was walking in.
I thought we had already started the show because you were late.
That was pre-show.
But it was rolling.
But y'all were rolling.
We started a few times when you were late.
Because I'm sure Troy said, well, Weaver's not here. When he gets here, okay, what we're going to do is when he gets here, we're going to act like we're, just saying, hey, where you been? We're going to actually be rolling on it, see what he says.
That's actually the face he makes, too, when he does it.
That's pretty good right there.
So, of course, then when I walk in, everybody's like, this dumbfounded look on their face.
This is it.
I got to do. I got a personal life. You ain't my boss.
He's got a personal life out here. He's got a girlfriend. What? Yeah, I heard.
Next thing you're going to tell me he has a cheat.
No, only a modified. He's working on it from right here. Does he serve?
No, your girlfriend friended Bailey and me. Didn't take 5 minutes before we saw pictures of you.
Me too. She three-wayed us. We're all friends now.
That was great.
Hold on there, cowboy.
Let's get out of here before we get in trouble.
That's her.
That's like the FCC's not.
All right, we better get out of here. This has been a fun
The FCC.
rapid-fire edition of the Press Box. I'm glad we do it not so long. We can really go off the rails with this thing. Great seeing you guys.
We would be off the air for an hour of this,
Bailey, thank you for being here. We've good seeing you. Meador, fun as always. Cliff, great job today. Stand by. The Bud Light pregame tailgate is on its way. We're going to pop the top when we come to you with that. Right after this, this has been a special edition of the Press Box, exclusively on Pirate Radio for the entire team. I'm Troy D. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
It's tough. You've had back-to-back games where you've lost close games. Today, against a really good team, we put ourselves in a situation where we got behind. I'm encouraged with the fight that we have in our team, but obviously I'm not pleased with a loss ever. This is a film where it's not lack of effort. It's not lack of they're not competing. It's we've made mistakes and we've got to get those corrected. You're going to see a quality opponent every single time out. I don't know what's happening across the league today, but I bet you there's somebody saying, crap, how's that team playing with that team, or how did this bunch beat that bunch? It happens every single week in this league because there are no weak teams, and so you got to bring your A game each week.
I mean, when you're building a program, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have signs of progress and all that. But I mean, I think we all, want to be at the point where the bad days are done with. You just got to keep working, and that's what we're gonna do.
I'm very excited to see what happens in the future here. I know it's gonna be a lot of winning. I know recently it hasn't been that, but I can promise you I think the fans can see it as well. I know last week wasn't as good, but we can't be perfect. We're not ever going to be perfect, but you guys can probably see the way that we play is a lot different, and that's all starts with Coach Houston.
We had a good game last year versus Cincinnati, and we're going to go up there and try to pull off the upset against a great team there, but I mean, we know we're as close as we've been since we've been here. We all came here to change this program, and we know we're a game away, we're a play away, and I think that's what motivates us every single day is we feel it changing, we see it changing, and we just got to keep pressing.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light pregame tailgate show. The Pirate Radio sports team will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews from other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. The Bud Light pregame tailgate is on the air.
It is Football Friday here on Pirate Radio. The Pirates getting set to take on Cincinnati tonight, 7:30, and we got you locked and loaded right here the next 4 hours on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, taking you up to that 7:30 kickoff. We got a packed show for you today. You'll hear from some Pirate players coming up in hour number 1 as Jeff Charles went one-on-one with Blake Prohl and Warren Saba. Got those player interviews coming up in just a little bit. Hour 2, we'll check in with WITN Sports Director Billy Weaver. You'll hear from the coordinators as they take a look at this Cincinnati offense and defense. We'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. Also get a Masters update and talk some football with Mike Mullis coming up in hour number 2 of today's show. Ronnie Woodward joins us in the Pirate Radio studios coming up today at 5:30. We'll talk to Stephen Igo at 6 o'clock. David Glenn going to join us around 6:15 to talk about this game and what's going on in the ACC. Also got some interviews between Jeff Charles and Nishad Strother and Bruce Bivens. Got those player interviews on tap for later on in today's show at 6:30. We'll talk about the football weekend from a gambling perspective with Jeff Nadeau from Barstool Sports. Brian Bailey is here in the Pirate Radio studios in hour number 4. So we are locked and loaded. Got a lot to get to on today's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We kick it off, as always, with the voice of the Pirates, Jeff Charles. Jeff, happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday to you, Clip, and to all of our listeners. Getting ready for another one tonight. The Pirates, of course, in Cincinnati to take on one of the best teams right now in the country. Number 7 ranked, undefeated. Cincinnati Bearcats, we've talked about it all week, Clip. Very few weaknesses with this football team. Offense, defense, special teams. I mean, they're solid as a rock, but they're not invincible. So let's see if the Pirates can go up there and give them a game tonight.
A repeat performance from last year from ECU would be welcome tonight as they gave Cincinnati all they could handle at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium and came away with a 3-point loss to the Bearcats. The Pirates are big underdogs heading into tonight's game. Cincinnati, a 27.5-point favorite as they take on ECU tonight at Nippert Stadium. And Jeff, again, you just said it, not a lot of weaknesses, I guess, and there's a lot of strengths on this team. I guess the biggest strength would be the defensive side of the ball for the Bearcats.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Cliff. They're starting 8 seniors on the defensive side of the ball, so they've played a lot of football. They've played together. When I sat down with Coach Houston this week, he said not only are they talented, not only are they good athletes, but they've played together so long that they make very few mistakes. There are very few broken assignments. They know exactly what to do. So it's a defense that's smart now because they have the experience. They have older guys, as I mentioned. They've got 8 seniors, and they've got what they think are 4 NFL draft picks on this defense. The 2 defensive linemen are really good. Maji Sanders, he's a first-team All-AAC pick. He's only a junior, so he's one of the guys that is not a senior starting. Elijah Ponder is a senior. He's also a first-team All-AAC selection. And then they have that kind of hybrid position, outside linebacker, safety type, Arquan Bush. He's an NFL prospect. He's also a little bit of a younger player. He's a sophomore. Ahmad Gardner has 3 picks for them. He's an NFL prospect at a corner. And James Wiggins is an NFL prospect as well. He's a first-team All-AAC safety. So you can see, Clip, they've got a lot of talent on this team. Jarrell White is the leading tackler in the American Athletic Conference. He's not real big. He's 5'10", 205 pounds. He's second-team All-AAC. He makes a lot of tackles for them from his linebacker spot. So they're really good. They're good at forcing turnovers. They come into this game +3 in their turnover margin. That's one of the reasons that they are undefeated at this point. So, yes, to answer your question, their defense is really good.
And I talked to Dan Horde earlier this week, voice of the Bearcats. He said that they have guys, Jeff, that played last year that can't crack the lineup this year. They are so deep, and this is what you want if you're in year 5 of a head coach. Luke Fickell has built this thing now where they are not only good with their starters, but their backups are strong too. He's got a very deep team as he has really implanted himself as the head coach and built a foundation at Cincinnati.
It really has. They're only giving up 11.7 points per game, Clip. I guess that's probably the most important stat. And in this day and age for college football, that's almost unheard of, especially unheard of in the American Athletic Conference because it's such an offensive league. But you're right about Luke Fickell. We always enjoy talking about him, looking back at his career. He's 45 years old now. He's built quite a program at Cincinnati. He's never been out of the state of Ohio in his entire life. He grew up in Columbus, played for the Ohio State Buckeyes, was a terrific player. He was a nose guard there. went on to Akron as an assistant, came back to Ohio State as an assistant, and then, of course, he was a defensive coordinator. And then when they went through that mess with Jim Tressel, folks may forget, but he was the interim head coach after Jim Tressel was let go. And so he got some head coaching experience there, and then the Cincinnati job opened up, and he goes to Cincinnati. And what he's done, Clip, is he's just recruited a lot of Ohio kids. They've got 45 kids on this team from the state of Ohio, and 31 of these kids is from Cincinnati.
I'm looking at your board, Jeff. Yeah. A lot of Cincy's across the board.
A lot of Cincy's, and they have 31 players from the city of Cincinnati.
Wow.
And there's great football there, Clip. Ohio high school football is really, really good. And they're just, it's a big city. It's a major city with I don't know how many schools there. They have a Catholic league that's really good, that's just as good as the public league there. The Cincinnati Molars and LaSalle's and all of those schools are really good. And so he's really made an emphasis of recruiting at home, and he's been very successful. And looking at the bios of a lot of these kids at Cincinnati, a number of them have had Big Ten offers, and they decided to stay and play close to home and play for the Bearcats. So he's done a really good job of recruiting, and he was the perfect fit. Sometimes there are athletic directors that make good picks, and sometimes they don't. But this guy was the perfect fit for the job, and of course everybody always says, well, how long is he going to stay at Cincinnati? That's the question. And it looked like he was offered the Michigan State job. I don't think anybody ever officially said he definitely was, but it looked like that job was his if he wanted it. And they're going through and have the last couple of years a lot of turmoil there. He's got 6 children, by the way. He has 2 sets of twins. They're boys. And
what are the odds on that, by the way,
I don't know.
That's pretty unique.
It really is. And so, again, he's got his kids there. He's raising his family there. He's from Ohio. It'll take a big-time special job for him, I think, to leave Cincinnati. And that's home for him, and he's got this thing really rolling. So, good for him. Hopefully the Pirates can get to that point someday, Clip.
No doubt about it. And, again, you mentioned the amount of points they're giving up per game. They gave up in the opener 20 points to Austin Peay in a 55-20 win. Since then, nobody has cracked 14. The most they've given up was 13 to SMU, allowed 10 to Memphis, 10 to Houston. We're talking about some big-time, prolific, high-powered offenses. They can't score 2 touchdowns against this team.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Govs are Ohio Valley FCS. Yeah. They got 20 points. Of course,
maybe we need to call the Govs.
Call the Govs and see how they did. Well, they did score 20 points in that first game, and that's the most that Cincinnati has given up. So it's a defense that's really tough to run against. It's a defense that's also very difficult to throw against. They're only giving up 98 yards on the ground, Clip, which is pretty amazing, and 206 yards through the air, and they're getting off the field. Opponents are only converting 32% of the time on third down. So they're really good. They've got 17 sacks, which is outstanding at this point in the season. So, you look at everything, and it stacks up as a great defense.
Sure, let's get our first time out, and we'll come back. We'll talk about ECU's offense versus that defense. We'll also take a look at Cincinnati's offense and what they like to do. Jeff, they've ran the ball 70 more times than they've thrown the ball this year. So they run the ball, they get a lead, and then they run the ball more, and their quarterback can do some running as well. That's one of the concerns from the voice Jeff Charles. As we were talking off the air a moment ago, we'll talk about Desmond Ridder and Holden Ahlers, the quarterback matchup as well. When we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Friday night edition, we're back after this.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there.
Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those, but anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Hey, Pirate Nation, this is former ECU tight end Bryce Williams from my friends at the Auto Store Group. Thanksgiving is coming up, and the Auto Store Group wants to feed your family with our turkey giveaway. For a chance to be a winner, simply go to asgcars.com/turkey giveaway and fill out the registration form. There is no purchase necessary, and winners will be announced on Saturday, November 21st. Wouldn't a free turkey this year be awesome? Sign up today at asgcars.com/turkey giveaway. The Auto Store Group. Go Pirates.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get the latest phones free. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit AtlanticWireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
This is Marcus Crandall, former ECU Pirate and Grey Cup champion. And you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Hey, Pirate fans, listen to Pirate Radio live every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6 on 92.7 FM in Greenville and 104.1 FM in Washington, or watch on YouTube or Facebook Live. PRL is hosted by Clip Brock and yours truly, and features the latest breaking news, top-notch guests, and all of your favorite Pirate Radio personalities like Troy D. and Ellerby, The Voice, Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, Stephen Igo, Billy Weaver, Brian North, Tony Collins, Bryce Williams, Coach Rick Smith, Ronnie Woodward, Morgan Ehlers, Mike Mullis, and more. Join us on Monday starting at 3 o'clock for Pirate Radio Live right here on the Voice of the Pirate Nation. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Flip Brock.
All right, what day is it? What month is it? It's a little tough to wrap your head around. We're talking about a Friday night football game, and we got the Masters on television. But it is indeed Friday the 13th, November, and a lot going on in the sports world. A lot not going on. A lot of postponed games this weekend. I believe I read 14 games postponed or canceled this weekend due to COVID-19. But the Pirates will be in action tonight when they take on Cincinnati. We were talking about it a moment ago with the voice Jeff Charles. The Cincinnati defense is the real deal. Last year, however, the Pirates were able to get to that defense and put up 43 points on the board, and just some crazy numbers on the UBE stat sheet for Holton Ehlers and company. 535 passing yards, Jeff, 4 touchdowns. A lot of that went to C.J. Johnson, 12 for 283 and a touchdown. And the surprising thing, when you have all those passing yards, the Pirates, they did have 121 rushing yards, 23 of those coming from Ehlers. But usually when you pass the ball that well, Jeff, it's because you can't establish a run. ECU didn't have a great game running the football last year. They were just able to throw and really hit one-on-one matchups with C.J. Johnson.
Yeah, C.J. was matched up against Ahmad Gardner, who we'll see again tonight at that corner spot. I can still remember in my mind watching that matchup last year. And Ahmad Gardner is really a good player. They say he's an NFL draft pick and first-team All-AAC, and he absolutely could not cover C.J. Johnson last year. So I hope we see that same matchup again tonight. But C.J. had one of the terrific games. In fact, I think what's ironic about his 12 catches in the game clip, it came in one game last year, and this year the Pirates have played 6 games, and he has a total of 13 catches in 6 games this year. So He's really a talent. Hopefully he can get on track, but you know that he's been the focus on the scouting report of the Cincinnati Bearcats coming into this game.
Yeah, and last year Blake Pro had a big game as well, 8 for 105. Tyler Snead just 2 catches, so I'm thinking they're going to show some extra attention to CJ tonight. Although, you know, Tyler Snead has been a go-to guy for Holden Ahlers this year. Maybe he gets more involved. And, boy, you talk about Blake Pro, what have you done for me lately? He was great last week in ECU's loss against Tulane.
He was great last week. It was good to see. Of course, the 75-yarder last week, a career high for Blake, was terrific. He has a couple of touchdowns now and 38 receptions coming in. Got that average over double digits now at 10.4 per catch. So Blake is starting to come on, kind of like he did last year. And he's just a quality receiver, and he can get deep, as we have seen, and he can break one. You usually think of CJ as the deep threat on this team, which he is, but Blake is also very capable of doing that. So it was good to see him have a good game last week. You mentioned Tyler. He still is the leading receiver on this team with 41 catches coming in. Now that Josiah Hatfield is healthy, hopefully they can get him a little bit more involved.
He had some good numbers last year against this team, Jeff.
Yeah, he did.
Josiah had 6 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown. And he's been missing from the stat sheet this year, in and out of the lineup. And you're right. Hopefully, he can have a strong finish to his sophomore campaign.
Well, he's good because he can give some of the other guys a little bit of a breather. And I think at times they get a little bit worn down. So Josiah's an important guy. And then Almatosho's had a good year. Of course, last year he didn't play hardly at all, and he has 17 catches coming in. So the Pirates have some weapons. There's no doubt about that. They don't throw to the tight ends, as you know, Clip, very often, and that's the difference between these two teams. Cincinnati really throws to their tight ends. Josh Wiley has 16 catches, and Leonard Taylor has 7. So between their tight ends, they have 23 catches, and that really shouldn't surprise anyone, because every year when the Pirates play Cincinnati, we talk about Cincinnati plays like a Big Ten team. They play like a Midwest team. That's what makes them so much different than the UCFs, and when USF is good, and SMU, when they have their offense running. I mean, it's a totally different kind of philosophy at Cincinnati, where they emphasize size and power. And so now, again, that they're throwing to their tight ends as much as they do, that really shouldn't surprise anyone.
Jeff Charles here inside the Pirate Radio studios, and Jeff, earlier this week, Blake Harrell said that they might use as many as 4 tight ends on the field at a time in some of their formations, and one of their tight ends, you were mentioning the names, is our second leading receiver, so that is going to be a factor in today's game. What does that mean for ECU's defense? Linebackers are going to have to step up, of course the safeties as well, when all those different tight ends are in on the field.
Yeah, it does, and it means you better buckle your chin strap, too, because these guys are big. Wiley's 6'6", 240, and Taylor's 6'5", 247. So those guys are playing tight end, and they're some big dudes. They're not only tall, but they're also just big players and big, hard-nosed guys. So, yeah, you better be ready, because they're going to bring it.
All right, the voice is here. We will kind of flip the sides and talk a little ECU defense versus Cincinnati's offense, and I want to talk about their running game, Jeff. By the way, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, how about Parker's Barbecue? ParkersBBQ.com. They hooked us up with some large combinations, the classic today here in the Pirate Radio studios. So we've been enjoying the fried chicken, the barbecue, the sides, the hush puppies, the corn sticks, and of course the Parker's sweet tea. 3 locations in Greenville, and ask about their delivery options. They deliver now. So Parker's a great answer to what's for dinner tonight while you watch the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Bearcats. Jeff, as we went to break, I was looking at the UB stat sheet. Again, Cincinnati has ran the ball 70 more times, and they've thrown the ball around that number this year. And they have weapons in the backfield that they run the ball with. They have a quarterback that is really dangerous when he runs the football in Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, that's what really concerns me about the game tonight, Clip, is the way he can pull the ball down and run. Now, he got off to kind of a slow start this year. He's a little bit shaky, but he's really played well here the last few weeks, and he's gotten better throwing the football. He's 65% coming into this game, 90 28 of 152. He has thrown 6 picks, so he can throw a pick or two, and hopefully the Pirates can take advantage of that. But where he really hurts you is when he runs the ball. And Ritter's a bigger guy than what I think a lot of people think he is. I mean, he's 6'4", 215 pounds, and he's got really good wheels. And he ran for 179 yards against SMU earlier this year. He's had 6 100-yard rushing games in his career. He comes in tonight. He has almost 400 yards rushing as your quarterback. So that's what really concerns me tonight, is his ability to run the football. And then they have a first-team All-AAC back in Jared Dokes, who's a really good player. Jared Dokes also can catch passes out of the backfield. He has 511 yards rushing coming in. He's had 3 100-yard rushing games this year. And then his backup is Jerome Ford, who's an Alabama transfer, and he's averaging 6.3 yards per carry. Especially these last 3 weeks, Clip, you go back to Tulsa and Tulane, and then, of course, the Navy game. Almost all of these teams have like a great 1-2 punch in the backfield, and Cincinnati's like that with Jared Dokes and Jerome Ford. And they also will bring a third guy in who plays a little bit, Charles McClellan, who will run the ball as well. But they're really good running the football. They've got a really good offensive line. The best one up front is a left tackle, James Hudson. He's a former Michigan Wolverine. He was a 4-star recruit. He's a first-team All-AAC player out of Toledo. And they've got another transfer up front in their offensive line, Darius Harper, who's from Miami of Ohio, and he's now a senior at Cincinnati. And I, too, talked with Dan Horde this week, and he told me, Cliff, that Jakari Robinson, who's been there starting center for a couple of years, went out with an injury, and they brought in a true freshman, Jake Renfro, at center. And he said Renfro has been so good, Robinson hasn't been able to get his job back. So he must be a really talented freshman. So, again, they're strong up front. They're big up front, like so many of these teams in this league. They can run the ball. They don't have one really featured guy who's, like their top receiver type. But the guy who Pirate fans may be aware of tonight when they're listening or watching to the game, and we'll talk a lot about him, is number 7, Trey Tucker. He's their burner, and they really use him to get him out in space. They use him on a lot of jet sweeps. They want to get the ball in his hands as much as possible, and he's a great kickoff return guy too. So he's the speed guy that they try and get the ball in the hands of number 7.
And Jeff, you said they can run it different ways with their running backs. Also, Desmond Ridder. It's interesting that you think football in 2020, you think spread it out, throw the ball all over the place. It seems like every week we're talking about an opponent for ECU that runs the football. And this spread has almost turned into a way to run the football more so than pass the football. You get these defenders spread out, and you're able to find lanes and run the ball, and that's a team we're facing tonight, a team that likes to do that.
Yeah, and we saw what Tulane did last week, Clip, doing that very thing, and Tulsa was the same way with a couple of running backs like that. I think sometimes people think, well, they run the spread, and they think they're going to throw it 60 times a game. That's not always the case. I know when Steve Logan was here, everybody thought, well, he's the type of coach that he spreads it out and he's gonna throw it 60 times. But as we all remember, that really wasn't the case. And Logan used to always say that it might be a variation of the spread, but we need to run the football. And the Pirates had, as we all remember, some great running backs out of that offense. And I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of these teams now in the AAC. There are some really, really good, talented running backs in this league, and it just seems like every week the Pirates are going up against a couple of studs who can run the football.
That appears to be the case. Visiting with the voice, Jeff Charles, here in Hour 1 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, Pirates took a step back last week in 2 key areas, running the ball, stopping the run. What did you see from your vantage point in that Tulane game that didn't happen in the previous games, where ECU was able to do a pretty good job stopping the run and also do a great job with Rajay Harris, Keaton Mitchell running the football? What didn't go right for the Pirates last week that had been going right?
Well, it was disappointing, Clip, to begin the conversation here, because the Pirates have been playing a lot better. And I really thought going into the game last week, when we sat here last week, I thought they had a chance to win the game. Now, I thought they were going to have to play really well. I thought they were going to have to bring their A game to have a chance to win the game because as we looked at it on paper, I thought Tulane was a notch better. But I didn't think that it was not a game the Pirates could not win. And then, you go into the fourth quarter, and it's 31-7, and you're basically out of the ball game. And that was really disappointing. I've said so many times on the air this year, and if you go back and look, the Pirates have given up a number of touchdowns late in the second quarter. And right before halftime, and that's tough. I mean, like it happened last week. It's 14-7, and you think, well, if they can get a stop here and they can get into the locker room only down 14-7, then they've got a chance. They got the ball first, as you remember, in the second half last week. But they give up a touchdown late, and then all of a sudden it's 21-7. And 21-7 sounds a lot different than 14-7.
It puts a lot of pressure on that first drive in the third quarter, too. I remember thinking that last week, Jeff. And they didn't score then. They got the ball back. Their second possession of the third quarter, they didn't score. And then you're almost into the fourth quarter. You're right. I mean, that little momentum there in the locker room, that is a big deal.
It really is.
It was earlier this year, and there was a name for it, the middle eights, I think.
That's what Coach Houston was saying.
Yeah, the middle eights right there at the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half. Pirates have to win those. They did not, clearly, last week.
No, they didn't, and they're giving up touchdowns late in second quarters when they've had a chance to stay in games, and then all of a sudden it doesn't look really good at halftime. So hopefully that won't happen tonight. But, again, ECU is just in that situation, Clip, where they're playing a lot of young kids, and it's growing pains. They're going to have to grow up right here on the job, as we know, and it's not easy to do. But to go back to your question as to what was the problem last week, especially running the ball against Tulane, and I asked Coach Houston and I asked Donnie Kirkpatrick that very question. They said two things. They said, number one, we missed a lot of assignments with the offensive line because we've got so many young kids that are playing and they're getting their feet wet and they don't always do the exact right thing. And he said, let's face it, let's flip the coin on the other side. And Tulane just had bigger, more experienced guys, older players up front. And there were some very difficult matchups in the trenches. And that's what we're seeing with so many of these teams who are veteran teams in this league, Clip. I mean, it's tough for a freshman to go up against a senior. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of these matchups with the Pirates this year. Some of these teams are a little bit older and they're bigger, and that's going to be the case again here tonight. We already talked about Cincinnati. They've got 8 seniors on that defense, and they've got 4 seniors up front on the defensive line. Out of the 6 they play, 4 of them are seniors, and again, that's the matchup again tonight where you're playing Avery Jones, a sophomore, and you're playing Nishad Strother, a redshirt freshman. Bailey Malovic is a junior, but he's not played all that much, and even though Fernando Fry is a graduate student, he just played some last year, and he's a Division II transfer from Mercyhurst. So it's the same deal again here tonight.
I told people earlier this week, if you're tired of me talking about lack of experience for ECU, I apologize, but you're just going to have to wait till next year, until 2022, when ECU is like the teams they're playing and has experience and has guys in the program for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But that has been the case. Another thing too, Jeff, and I'm looking back at the Tulsa game here because I remembered ECU committing a lot of penalties, even in a game that they could have, should have won against Tulsa. Pirates had 13 penalties. That was an issue last week as well. A lot of false starts, a lot of things on offense, and for a team that, as you said, has to play their A game to pick up wins, that's really hurting ECU right now.
Yeah, they're giving up 66 yards per game in penalties, Clip, but the opponents are being penalized 80 yards per game, and so it's not been critical in that regard. Cincinnati's, they're being penalized too, about the same as East Carolina with 63 yards per game. But when the margin of error is so very thin, like it is for the Pirates, you can't have a bunch of penalties, and you can't turn the ball over. I mean, every week we say the same thing, and Coach Houston says I sound like a stuck record because I'm saying the same thing every week. And one of the things that he keeps saying is physicality. How many times times we heard him say this year, we have to match their physicality. And that's probably more so tonight than any game they have played this year because of the way Cincinnati plays. So if they can come out and do that and come out and fight every play, that's the other thing as he tries to establish his program here. The one thing that he's really trying to get across every day is, guys, you have to sell out on every single snap. Nobody take a play off. You've just got to fight to the whistle every single snap. He's trying to get that across to the guys. I think they're doing a good job with that too, Clip. I think the effort is there, and I think he's beginning to see that. But, it's a young team, and he has to keep emphasizing it.
Jeff Charles joining us in the Pirate Radio studios. Let's take a time out. When we return, we'll hear Jeff Charles go one-on-one with Blake Prohl and one-on-one with Warren Saba. Got a couple player interviews. We'll get their thoughts on what's happened so far this year and about the Cincinnati game as well. All that and more is ahead on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're back with you after this.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Your CBD store in Greenville has the highest quality CBD products in the country. Your CBD store is the first and only brand that carries USDA certified organic products such as gummies, honey sticks, and high absorption water soluble liquids, which are all made in the United States. They even offer products for your pet. The educated staff will help you answer any questions, and you can stop in anytime to get a free sample. Your CBD store, locally owned and operated, open Monday through Saturday 10 to 6, right beside Duck Donuts in Greenville. North Carolina state parks are now open for visitors. Parks should be used for exercise, fresh air, getting out in nature, or a day trip as the state safely reopens. Visitors should enjoy themselves, but please remember the 3 W's. Wear face coverings, wait 6 feet apart, and wash your hands often. Focus on moving through the park, keep social distancing in mind, and avoid large groups. While most facilities and activities will be open, please contact any state park before your visit with questions or visit ncparks.gov/open.
Bostic Sugg Furniture is overstacked and overstocked. Overflowing inventory means clear out prices. Hurry in and take advantage of the biggest and best deals throughout our showroom. Save up to 20% off the best furniture brands: Lazy Boy, Bassett, Kincaid, Rowe, and Restonic mattresses. Plus, just for this sale, 12 months special financing or choose 48 months special financing. There's savings on top of savings. We're overstacked and overstocked, and that means big savings for you at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
If you thought you saw the last of double cheeseburger pizza, think again, because it's back at Papa John's again with a large double cheeseburger pizza for just $12. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Hey, Pirate fans, order the new double cheeseburger pizza for only $12. The new cheeseburger pizza is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
With rates being historically low, now is the best time to buy or refinance your home. This is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now is the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250 and 685-842. Equal housing lender.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, rolling right along. Hour one of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate coming up around 4:30. We'll talk to WITN Sports Director Billy Weaver. Also next hour, we've got Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. No matter how many years I do this, Shirley, every time there is a 30 kickoff, it messes with my brain. I'm much better when we're on the zeros than the 30. But,
I'm
so
right
keep
along
me
with
straight.
you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Try to keep me straight here. All right, Jeff Charles is here with us inside the Pirate Radio studios. We got some one-on-one interviews Jeff was able to do earlier this week with Blake Prohl, Warren Saba coming up, and Blake Prohl, of course, son of Ricky. Jeff, one of those guys that comes in and you can tell he grew up with a football background, a lot like Zay Jones. The route running, just everything he does looks fluid and crisp, and you can tell he's been around pros for a lot of his life.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's such a great kid, too. It's a really, really good family, and we've had Ricky on our show here on Pirate Radio. What a great career he had at Wake Forest and then in the NFL. So Blake grew up in a football family. He's got a great family. His brother played football as well from Charlotte, from Providence High School over in Charlotte. And Blake is a first-class kid, and we always pull for him. And he's a guy that, again, could play a big role tonight for the Pirates coming into this game.
Let's hear that interview now. Jeff Charles with ECU wide receiver Blake Prohl.
Visit now with junior receiver Blake Prohl. Blake, let's talk about the 75-yarder from last week. Your biggest reception in your career here at ECU. Can you go back and set up a play for us and tell us exactly what happened?
Yeah, we knew that most of the game I had been beating them downfield, and we knew going into halftime, one of the adjustments is that we're going to have to start taking some shots, and especially to cut that lead down and try and get back in the game. And I knew based off his leverage, I knew Holton was going to come to me, and all I had to do was win. And we connected. It was a beautiful ball by him, and I caught it, and I was able to break away and score. It was nice.
Yeah, that has to be a lot of fun when a play like that happens, because usually, Blake, we don't think about you taking 175 yards, but you showed everybody that you can do it, and you've got good speed once you catch the ball and have a shot.
Yes, sir. I think a lot of people don't really know that type of playability I have. We hit them a lot in practice. I think we haven't been able to show that in games as much, but I think I was able to show Pirate Nation and a lot of my coaches and teammates that I can do that. Because, like I said, me and Holton do that a lot in practice ever since I've been here. So it was good to be able to show that on game day.
Well, your dad, we've talked about your dad a number of times since you've been here. Ricky Prohl had the great career at Wake Forest and in the National Football League. What did he think of that play?
He was pretty excited. He was up in the stands. He was up on his feet cheering because he knows, we talk about it all the time. I can be a deep threat, and like I said before, it sucks that I haven't been able to show that as much as I would like. Last year ODU, just little glimpses of it. So like I said, it was good. He really feels the same way about it that I do.
Blake, let's talk about Cincinnati. They're only giving up 11.7 points per game. And this day and age of college football, that is really impressive. I know you've had a chance to watch them on tape. And what can you tell us about the Bearcats defensively and what you guys will see this week?
They got a great defense. Probably the best defense that I've played or I'm expecting to play based off of tape. Now, they have a lot of returners from last year, and we know that we put up the most points against them last year. And I think we got to come out and execute on all cylinders to be able to do that again. And I think we got to play lights out because this team is very, very good. Obviously, they're in the top 10. And I think if we're able to execute and just beat us and not try and be anything crazy, we got to be aggressive, but just execute, then I think we'll be fine.
Of course, you remember the game last year. C.J. Johnson had a terrific game against Cincinnati last year. They couldn't cover him. Hopefully, he can kind of have that kind of game again this week. And what's that mean to the offense when he, like you, is able to get deep?
I think that makes the games for us, like when we're able to play with when we're able to put big plays out there we're able to like stay in the game, and not only stay in the game but play against top 10 teams like this one, like you saw last year with SMU and big teams like that who's got really good defenses. When we make the plays down the field, that usually shows that we're either winning the game or we have a shot to win the game.
Blake, do you think the worm is turning here a little bit with this program? You've been around here for a few years now, and you see, of course, positive growth with the program and with the attitude and the culture and all those kinds of things. I know last week didn't go like you guys would have liked for it to go, but looking big picture here, what do you see?
For sure. It is crazy because I'm obviously I got so much more eligibility left with coronavirus and all that. So I've been here for a little bit. This is my third season playing, but I've been here for 4 years. And it's definitely changed. There's no question about it. It's night and day, to be completely honest with you. I'm very excited to see what happens in the future here. I know it's going to be a lot of winning. I know recently it hasn't been that, but I can promise you I think the fans can see it as well. I know last week wasn't as good, but we can't be perfect. We're not ever going to be perfect, but you guys can probably see the way that we play is a lot different. And that's all starts with Coach Houston.
That's Blake Prohl.
Jeff Charles with Blake Prohl there. Jeff, what he said at the end, I asked Shane Carden when I talked to him last week. I asked Kevin Monroe when I talked to him this week. Can you feel good about what you're doing when the wins aren't coming? And can you feel the progression? Can you feel, the thing turning around, getting better, moving in the right direction? And both Shane and Kevin Monroe said yes, and that kind of sounds like what Blake Prohl was saying there, that, man, Saturday wasn't good, no denying that, but he feels like and thinks the fans should see that things are moving in the right direction, getting better.
What's moving in the right direction, in my opinion, Clip, is the culture in the football program. I wish all of East Carolina's fans could be like me this year and like you in most years, and actually have the opportunity to sit down and talk with these guys, and you would come away impressed. I know I do every time I have a chance to visit with them, because there's such quality kids in this program now, and they're selling out. They're really working hard, and that's where you start. We talked about this last week. You start with the character and the integrity of the football players you have in your program. So the culture has really changed internally, and that's the first step. Now they have to win games. Let's face it, coaches have to win games, and players need to step up and start winning some games. Yeah. The numbers don't lie, and for instance, we talk about how much better the defense looks and how they fly around. And I really like Blake Harrell, by the way. Clip, I've gotten a chance to know him. He's just a delight to be around and talk with, and I think he's a really good defensive coordinator, and he's trying to get his defense in place. But you look at the stats, and the Pirates are giving up 37 points a game. And, that's about what they've been giving up here the last few years when they've had trouble stopping people. Yeah. So when you look at the stats, they're not a whole lot different than what they have been, even though we do feel better about the future of the defense here. So you have to crawl before you walk. I think they're still very much in the crawling stages with what they're trying to do. But as we look forward with the program, I do see tangible evidence that it is getting better. But sooner or later, you have to start winning some games.
Looking at the defensive side of the ball, Warren Saba has been the big play guy for ECU. Has a couple of picks, took one to the house, and set ECU up in a scoring opportunity with another pick the other night against Tulsa. Jeff Charles talked to Warren Saba, and let's hear that interview now, Schroeder.
Visit now with Warren Saba, having a really good year for the Pirates, playing in the secondary, already has 2 picks. Warren, let's talk about that first off, because these 2 picks have come very early in games, and you've been able to step up and make some big plays. How have you been able to do that?
It comes down to preparation, watching film and learning tendencies, and just the focusness to be locked in. That's how you get the job done, honestly.
Heading back to Ohio, you're from the Cleveland area. You and I are fellow Buckeyes, and I grew up actually pretty close to Cincinnati. Taking on the Bearcats this week, you got to be excited about it, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I got a lot of family coming to the game, and then I know a couple of boys on the team, and so it's gonna be fun to play Cincinnati and see everybody.
Well, you guys have to be jacked up to play against this team. I mean, they're number 7 in the nation. They're undefeated. They've won 18 in a row at home. They're really good. We all know that. But isn't that what you kind of live to play for, Warren, to go up there and take a shot at these guys and see if you can pull off the upset?
Yeah, coming to ECU, that's one of the big things that got me, man, playing in big games. This is what you live for as a football player, especially if you love the game. So going in there at their home, it's going to be a really good game in my mind.
So you talk about getting tickets because of the COVID situation. Was it at all difficult for you to get tickets for family or friends?
Yeah, kind of yesterday because they said we could only get 100 tickets for the whole team, but I kind of managed my way through the team, asking everybody who doesn't need them. So yeah, I got what I needed though.
Well, that's great. Hey, I want to talk about your high school career because I grew up in Ohio. You're from Ohio. I know how big football is in the state of Ohio and in that area where you are from, that Cleveland area. And I believe you played on a state championship team there. Tell us a little bit about your high school career.
My high school career started off, as a freshman, not knowing much about anything, But I had a great coach, Joe Schaefer, who is now the DC at Youngstown, and I was surrounded by a bunch of great kids, men now, I got lifelong relationships. Played pretty good. My sophomore year, I think we should have won states, but we pulled it out my junior year, and then senior year fell short. I think the semifinals, double overtime, I think, something like that. But yeah, I had a pretty good career in high school, and me and my friends, we talk about it all the time. We still text like, man, what if we wouldn't have went for two, in this game or something like that. So we have a lot of memories.
And then on to Garden City Community College and playing junior college football out there. I think it's interesting to note the nickname at Garden City. I bet most of our listeners don't know the nickname of the Garden City team, so tell us who they are.
Garden City, they're called the Bronc Busters. From my understanding, it's the person who rides the bucking horses in competitions. So yeah, that was pretty interesting to learn.
And you played on some great teams out there, right?
Yeah, we played a lot of great teams. The whole Jayhawk conference is really good from top to bottom, and we got teams like Iowa Central, Iowa Western in there. I was blessed with the opportunity to play in a bowl game and be a part of a national championship team. So that was pretty good, pretty cool to be a part of.
Well, let's talk about the recruiting process then. You leave Garden City, you end up at ECU. Being from where you're from in the Cleveland area, I know some MAC schools were interested in you in the recruiting process. Might have been easy to stay closer to home, but you came to ECU. Warren, why did you pick the Pirates?
It started with the relationship I had with Coach Prunty prior to me going to JUCO, him being at Cincinnati. He recruited me at Cincinnati when I was in high school. So having a relationship with him and then building a relationship with Coach Mo and Coach Lynch really brought it home. Then when I came on my visit, I loved it. And plus, good weather, not a lot of snow. So nothing more you could wish for.
Yeah, you probably had enough of snow in Cleveland growing up there, didn't you? Well, let's talk a little bit about Coach Prunty. You mentioned him. I still stay in touch with him. Got to know him well when he was here. He's one of my favorite guys, really, in football. He's such a tremendously positive guy. Do you stay in touch with Coach Prunty at all?
I shoot him a text once in a while, just thanking him for giving me the opportunity that I have now. Because without him believing in me, I wouldn't be at ECU at all. So I appreciate him for that.
Warren, final question for you as we take a look at this game coming up this week. Pirates are big underdogs in this one. What do you think it would take for East Carolina to go to Cincinnati and play really well and pull off the upset?
It just comes down to this week of preparation. If we prepare like we've been preparing prior to the Tulane game, I believe we can hang with any team and we can play. We'll play really hard.
That's Warren Saba.
All right, Jeff Charles with Warren Saba. Jeff, every time I hear Warren Saba talk, I think of Vito Corleone. It kind of sounds like The Godfather a little bit.
Yeah.
I like the voice on Saba. And when coaches talk about players and mention them by name, unsolicited, you kind of perk your ears up because it doesn't happen a lot. Mike Houston talked about Warren Saba a lot coming into this year, and it's kind of shown on the field. He's had a big role with this Pirate team.
Yeah, he has those 2 picks. He's gotten the 2 picks early in games. I think Warren has been one of those guys that's grown up. I think he's really matured in the last year or so, and he's become a nice player for the Pirates in the secondary. Got a kick out of it. He is from Cleveland, and as you heard, he's going to have family and friends at the game in Cincinnati tonight. And he was recruited out of Garden City Community College in Kansas by a number of MAC schools. He could have gone to maybe a Toledo, a Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan, some of those schools. And I asked him about that, and he said he had had enough of snow. And growing up in Cleveland on Lake Erie, if you've ever been there in the winter, you know exactly what he's talking about. And he said, when I came down to Greenville and ECU, he said, I fell in love with the place. And he said, I knew I wasn't going to have to deal with the snow anymore. So that's what ECU has in its pocket to recruit. Yeah. You know, and we've talked a lot about that over the years. Remember how Steve Logan used to always say, you know, go up to New Jersey and Pennsylvania and get these guys to come down in January when it's 15 degrees up there in a blizzard, and they come down here, and as we know, sometimes it can be 70 degrees in January. He said that's a good recruiting tool.
A natural recruiting tool for the Pirates to use. Let's take our final time out of this hour. We'll have a little bit more with the voice Jeff Charles when we roll on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll be back with you after this.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, Warren's Hot Dogs, 2 locations are open for business in Greenville and Chocowinity. Both locations have drive-through windows, so stop by today for hot dogs, pizzas, subs, apple and peach turnovers, homemade lemonade, and breakfast in Chocowinity, featuring homemade cheese, ham, and chicken biscuits, plus sausage dogs and more. Warren's in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers Motorsports, and in Chocowinity, next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some.
Turkey, ham, bacon, these and other meats are great around the holidays and every other day, but they all leave behind grease when you cook them, and grease is a real pain in the drain. When you pour grease down a drain, it cools and can clog sewer lines. That can lead to sewer spills, which are messy, bad for the environment, and can also be expensive. Never pour grease down the drain. Instead, collect it in a container like a used soup can or jar. Let it cool and throw it away in the trash. Together, we can protect our sewer system and the environment. For more information, go to GUC.com.
Hi, this is Luke Kuechly. Last season, I was captain on defense. This season, since so many of us will be watching football from home, I'm football watching with Pepsi. And you know me, I pour everything I've got into it. All right, football watchers, let's do this. Opening click-offs. Here we go. Click on, click off. Click on, click off. Stretch that thumb. You can't have finger fatigue bringing you down in the postseason. Nice job. And my favorite, second half sip-offs. Pepsi's up, lift, pull, open. Ice cold Pepsi and watching football. Nothing better.
It's not game day without a delicious, refreshing Pepsi, the official soft drink of the National Football League. Head to your nearest retailer, grab your Pepsi before kickoff, then sit back, relax, and cheer on your favorite team. Pepsi, made for football watching.
Medicare is not one size fits all, but which plan is right for you? Hi, I'm Denise Walker, and I'm a licensed insurance agent here in North Carolina. Whether you are turning 65, new to Medicare, or already have a plan, I can help you compare your Medicare options. I can help you find a plan offering low to no monthly premiums, prescription drug coverage, and a wide range of additional benefits like dental, hearing, vision, and more. Call me today at 434-531-5674 to get a no-cost, no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
You don't need a big meeting. You don't need a birthday. You don't need any excuse at all. You just need to love subs. Times 12. Order the Jersey Mike's catering box today. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above. Love Jersey Mike's subs? Love them times 12 with our new catering box. Packed full of a dozen individually wrapped subs. They're yours for the sharing. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, wrapping up hour one of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate with the voice, Jeff Charles. Jeff, you do a great job of digging up some interesting facts about opposing coaches and players, and you got an interesting one about the coach for Cincinnati, Luke Fickell.
Luke Fickell never lost a high school wrestling match in his entire career, Clip, which is pretty amazing. He was a heavyweight, and to think as a sophomore in the state of Ohio wrestling seniors, that's really impressive to think he was 2 years younger and was beating guys like that.
And Ohio and on into the Midwest, that is wrestling country too, right? Yeah,
It really is.
And everything.
Yeah, and of course he was wrestling in one of the better high school leagues in the country, really, and he never lost a match ever, which is hard to believe, but it's true.
So for those of you who like to do the hypothetical, what coaches will win in a fight, I like our chances with Mike Houston, but Luke Fickell would be a good choice as well, Jeff.
It would be. You know, Mike's big.
he's a big dude.
Mike's got some guns on him.
Intimidating as well.
Yeah, so, Mike's a big guy. I bet in his day he could lift some weights. And he's a big guy. Luke Fickell is thinner now. You know, Luke really looks fit. I mean, he's a big guy, but he's not a bulky guy at all anymore. But he was quite a wrestler, and he was a terrific nose guard for Ohio State as well. I mean, he's a Buckeye through and through. I had somebody mention to me the other day, they said, do you think he would go to Michigan as the head coach? Because as we all know, Harbaugh's on thin ice. And Luke Fickell would certainly fit the profile and the geography of that, but could a guy who is so ingrained as an Ohio State Buckeye go to Michigan as the head coach? I think that's a stretch.
How much would it cost? How much money, Jeff, to feel that dirty each and every day, to put on that Michigan hat, to put on the maize and blue? I don't know.
And I don't think he's that kind of guy. When you hear him talk, a lot of guys in this profession, it's always about the next big job and how many millions I can make, and I go all up and down the country and doesn't care where I live. It's just about the money and the prestige. I don't really think Luke Fickell's that kind of guy. I really don't.
Jeff Charles here. Jeff, your final thoughts on ECU Cincinnati. Pirates battled them tough last year. Look, we just had a Friday night game where we were big underdogs a couple weeks ago. ECU played their tails off. We're right there with Tulsa at the end. How do they repeat that feat tonight? How do they stay in this game and then try to pull the upset?
Well, number one, nobody's giving them a chance. They, of course, are huge underdogs going into this game, and I guess when you're a huge underdog, like we talk about all the time in games like this, the opponent has to help you some because Cincinnati is better. They're older, they're more experienced, they're bigger, stronger, faster when you match the two teams up. So they're going to have to come out and turn it over 3 or 4 times and maybe not be on their game. And if you're Luke Fickell, I'm sure he's talked to his team about that, and he doesn't want them to have a letdown tonight. When you look at it, the cards are kind of set there, maybe for them to have a letdown, but it is senior night for them, so they're going to be jacked up about that at home. But they're going to have to help the Pirates. They're going to have to turn it over 3 or 4 times. East Carolina is going to have a balance in their offense too, Clip. You can't be one-dimensional in this game, and we saw what happened last week when they couldn't run the ball. So they're going to have to get some kind of a running game going so Holton has a chance. Throwing the football downfield like they did last year against this team when CJ burned him so many times down the field. So maybe they can do that tonight, but it would be, let's face it, this would be a monumental, shock the world kind of an upset if the Pirates could pull this one off tonight.
Voice, have a great call tonight, you and Kevin and the crew, and enjoy your Saturday off. We'll be back at it next Saturday, bright and early with you, 8 a.m. as ECU gets ready for Temple. But have a great call tonight.
Thanks a lot, Clip. Love those noon games. Another nooner next week against Temple in Philadelphia. That game's going to be in Philly, and of course they've not had any fans there for Philadelphia sports events really since this COVID thing, so it'll be another really dead stadium.
Yeah, nooners and nighters. That's what we've had so far.
Absolutely.
In this
Thanks,
2020 season. Thank you. Visiting with the Voice, Jeff Charles, to kick off the Bud Light pregame today. We will take a time out and enjoy some more Parker's Barbecue Parker's hooked us up with the old classic, the large combination, barbecue, fried chicken, all the sides, hush puppies, corn sticks, and Parker's also has, of course, shrimp burgers, chicken wings. The grilled chicken is a great option. Ribs, they have it all at Parker's Barbecue. 3 locations in Greenville. Stop by or call or go online, parkersbbq.com. Ask about their delivery options. Enjoy some Pirate football tonight while you enjoy some Parker's Barbecue, just like us here at Pirate Radio. We'll take a time out, come back. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the way after this.
Hey, this is Jay from Villa Verde. Did you know that Villa Verde opened up its second location? Yes, it's Villa Verde Dos on Arlington Boulevard across the hospital. This new location is a fast, casual environment where you can make your own bowls for only $9.95. Choose from our fresh ingredients, from our toppings bars, or enjoy an amazing rotisserie chicken. We promise you can be in and out in less than 15 minutes. For a quick, healthy meal at an affordable price, visit us at Villa Verde Dos on Arlington Boulevard. Villa Verde, a platform for good.
Let us help you get back to business. This is Donald Stocks and Justin Judge of PIP of Eastern North Carolina. We're ready to assist your business with branded PPE. Would you like face masks with your logo? We can do that, plus custom social distancing signage. Now is the time to ramp up your marketing efforts. Whether it's cutting edge, contactless, touchless marketing, or traditional direct mail, we can do it all. We are PIP of Eastern North Carolina.
Wouldn't it be great if you could get auto, home, life, and business insurance all from one agency? Well, that's where the Gavigan Agency comes in. They can help protect what is important to you. So why not simplify your life? See the Gavigan Agency in Greenville or give them a call today at 252-756-1400. Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio. Subject to underwriting guidelines, review, and approval.
University Book Exchange, UBE or ECU. University Book Exchange.
UBE and PirateWear.com offers a large selection of ECU apparel. There's a new selection of hats, t-shirts, and tailgate supplies. Plus, the online store at PirateWear.com has been redesigned to serve you better. UBE and PirateWear.com, located in the heart of Uptown Greenville and proud supporters of the Pirates for over 35 years.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you, hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Don't like those 2-minute breaks. Not enough time to eat all the food I want to in the back from Parker's. I've got, I'm such a Parker's veteran that now I have to mix a couple of items every time I eat, Shirley. I can't have the barbecue without the slaw. I have to have those together in one bite. Also, I can't eat a corn stick without dipping it in the Brunswick stew.
Oh. See, okay, you had me at the slaw and barbecue. Now, ironically, I don't like barbecue and slaw together in the sandwich. Like when you have a barbecue sandwich. Mm-hmm. But if you have them separately, like we have the little, the little containers of slaw, what I'll do is I'll take some barbecue and dip it in the slaw and eat it that way. But for some reason, I can't do it on a sandwich.
Okay.
I'm a little weird like that.
That's all right. I love the mixture. I love it on a sandwich. Love it all together. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue. Go to parkersbbq.com, and you can enjoy it just like we are while you watch the Pirates and the Bearcats tonight. Wonder if Billy Weaver has any expert Parker's tips for us. What's up, Weave?
Hey, guys. Well, I'm not a slaw fan at all, so I love my barbecue sandwich without slaw. and barbecue sauce, and I don't go corn sticks. I go hush puppies, and I dip my hush puppies in the barbecue sauce.
All right, there you go. Everybody's got their own tricks when it comes to Parker's Barbecue. We've getting ready for a Friday night football game between the Pirates and the Bearcats, and talked about it on the press box earlier today. We have looked all week, Billy, and have still yet to find a weakness for the Cincinnati team.
Yeah, they don't have many, and that's why they're 6-0 and ranked number 7 in the country. And one of the favorites to kind of be what we used to call remember we used to call them the BCS Busters. I don't know what you call them now. I guess you call them the College Football Playoff Buster.
Tim Brando used to always say, and he said it about ECU in the mid 2000s. The fly in the ointment for college football. I like that term.
Yeah, they are hoping to be the fly in the ointment in the college football playoff deal, but of course, Cincinnati is hoping that East Carolina's offense doesn't perform the way it did last year when the Pirates racked up 638 total yards of offense, and 283, I think, of those yards came from one player, C.J. Johnson. So, the Pirates have the ability to be explosive offensively, but will we see it tonight? We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Well, what's the key, Billy, offensively for ECU? And look, they had put together some pretty strong performances. When you look at South Florida, when you look at Tulsa, when Ehlers in the offense was able to click, it took a major step back last week. So what does ECU need to do to get back on track this week tonight against Cincinnati?
Well, the key offensively is they have to protect the quarterback. They weren't able to do that last week. Gave up 5 sacks to Tulane, and this is another Cincinnati team that's a lot like Tulane, and they'll bring the pressure. They've got guys that can get in the backfield and be very disruptive. That offensive line has got to hold. And with that being said, and I think if the offensive line can be cohesive and start to get feeling good about themselves in that situation, well, then what's going to happen is they'll be able to run block a little bit better, and they've got to do that as well tonight, that they weren't able to do against Tulane. They weren't able to run the football. And when you typically think of East Carolina teams, you think, throwing the ball all over the yard and, their spread offense and all that. But this year we were starting to see East Carolina transition into a more balanced team offensively with the run game. A lot of that had to do with the emergence of Rajay Harris, but they're going to have to get the run game going tonight and be a little bit more balanced offensively. So the two keys, balance and protecting the quarterback offensively.
Billy Weaver, WITN Sports Director, joining us with your keys to the game. Billy, defensively, ECU took a step back last week, and again, this is another team that likes to run the ball as much as they like to throw the ball. In fact, Cincinnati runs the ball more than they throw the ball, and that kind of begins with their quarterback, Desmond Ridder. So what are your keys to holding him down today, especially when he tucks it and runs the football?
Well, he's a big physical quarterback, and that's the thing is, Blake Harrell earlier this week had said, we got to get to the quarterback defensively, but once we get there, we got to get him on the ground, and that's the tough part. We've seen a lot of quarterbacks that are mobile, a lot of times mobile, smaller quarterbacks that once you get to them and get a hand on them, you can get them on the ground. That's not the case with Desmond Ridder. He's a big physical guy. And so once you get to him, you got to get him on the ground. But I think the key defensively, obviously, is always trying to get to the quarterback and create some pressure. But I think the biggest part is holding Cincinnati's run game to minimum yardage on first and second down and force them into third and long situations, because that in turn allows those guys to kind of pin their ears back and put some pressure on the quarterback on those third downs and force a punt or a turnover or anything like that. So the key defensively tonight is going to lie in the first 2 downs defensively. Whether or not East Carolina can hold the running game or hold Cincinnati to short yardage on the first 2 downs and put them in third and long situations a lot of the night, and that's the way they can be effective defensively.
Pirates, Bearcats tonight at 7:30. Billy, as you know, there's been a lot of games postponed or canceled due to COVID-19 this weekend. There's also been some games moved around. As we were talking, I just saw Brett McMurphy a few minutes ago tweeted out that California will play UCLA Sunday, 9 a.m. Pacific time. That'll be noon Eastern. So before your NFL Sunday gets going, there will be a Pac-12 game on starting at noon Eastern, Cal and UCLA. That'll also be the final day of the Masters. So the sports world in 2020, you know what? Just tell me when the games are. I'll check them out because it's hard to follow everything going on.
Yeah, you know what? And we, kind of mentioned Cincinnati and the college playoff system. That's what's going to take a big hit, is with all these games not being able to be played. I mean, how is the college playoff going to look? Because I think I ran a story last night, and I think it's anywhere 15 to 20% of games this year in college football have been either postponed or moved, and it's just been it's been crazy, and it's not getting any better. We mentioned it on the press box earlier that the SEC took a huge hit this past week with 4 of their games being postponed, and there's only going to be 3 SEC games this weekend. Luckily for East Carolina, they're playing tonight, and that's the good thing. Is as much as we've seen COVID affect East Carolina, early on, here recently they've been pretty lucky, and I guess I should say that and knock on wood. At least they're playing tonight. So it's just been a crazy year with this COVID stuff, and you never know when it's going to strike. And the big thing about it is not the players or staff members that test positive. It's all the contact tracing, and that's where you get, where you don't just. Typically, some of these games, you just don't have enough scholarship players to actually play a game, so it's crazy.
Yeah, and again, ECU's been able to get these games in. Hopefully, that continues to be the case. Pirates set to take on Temple, who had a rough start to their season, COVID-wise, had to sit out a few weeks. So it'll be the Pirates up in Philly coming up next Saturday at noon. Billy, we'll talk to you next Saturday morning, bright and early on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanks for joining us today, and enjoy the game tonight.
All right, and before we go, I do want to throw this little teaser out there. Speaking of postponed games, remember we were supposed to play Marshall at home earlier this season, first home game, and that was going to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the plane crash where 75 people died. Just about the entire football team perished in that crash. Well, coming up tomorrow at 7:30, and then again Sunday at 2 o'clock, 7:30 tomorrow night on WITN 7.2, and then on our main station at 2 o'clock on Sunday, we're going to air a 90-minute special on Marshall and East Carolina and the plane crash, and there'll be some former ECU football players that will be interviewed on that. It's going to be it's a really neat piece. I've already seen it. Our sister station WSAZ in Huntington, West Virginia put it together, and so they're allowing us to air it. So if you're a Pirate fan, or if you're a Marshall fan, or just a fan of an incredible story, you might want to check it out.
All right, sounds great. We will be checking that out. WITN 7. Billy Weaver joining us. We appreciate it as always, man, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, see you guys.
Billy Weaver, WITN Sports Director, here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Hour 2 of the show. When we return, we will hear from the ECU Offensive Coordinator, Donnie Kirkpatrick, talk about last week, talk about facing this tough Cincinnati defense. That is on the way. When we return, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get an all-new 2020 Buick for 0% for 84 months or save over $6,000 off all models. As always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand-new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand-new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Join us immediately after tonight's game between the Pirates and the Bearcats for the one and only U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Coach Rick Smith will be in the studio, and we'll be taking your calls on the Fixed NC Live line at 317-1250, plus reading your Facebook Live comments and your tweets at PR927FM. When the fourth quarter ends, is the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show right here on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, fueled by Parker's Barbecue today. Awesome pregame spread for us, the classic large combinations. You can enjoy it too. Go to parkersbbq.com, call one of their 3 locations, or stop by and enjoy their delicious chicken, barbecue, seafood, and sides. Wash it down with some Parker's tea, as I'm doing right now inside the Pirate Radio studios. ECU gonna have to play their best offensive game tonight just to have a chance. This Cincinnati defense has been shutting down everything, including some really high-powered offenses. SMU, Houston, Memphis, unable to get 2 touchdowns against this team. I looked it up earlier. ECU's team total for tonight is 14 points, meaning if you bet the over, they need to score 15. If you bet the under, 13 or less. And right now, I guess the favorite is the under. It's minus 120 if you take the under, minus 110 if you take the over. So basically what I'm trying to say is Vegas does not expect ECU to score a lot of points tonight against the Cincinnati team. Donnie Kirkpatrick is in charge of making sure the Pirates do score some points and move the football tonight. Had a chance to catch up with Donnie K earlier this week, and here's that conversation. ECU offensive coordinator joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Coach, thanks for your time as always. How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Hey, doing all right. Appreciate it. As always, Coach, you were on a heck of a streak there running the football. 3 straight games with Rajay Harris over 100 yards. That streak ended on Saturday. When you look back at it, did Tulane's guys beat your guys? Was it self-inflicted wounds? What did you see when you looked at the tape from Saturday?
I think it was a combination of both things. I do think that you got to give Tulane credit. Their defense was very good that day. They've been very good, in other days too. But we really do think that we lost some individual battles. I think that some of our young, inexperienced guys, struggled a little bit, and I think that we suffered a little bit from the lack of some off season. We're a little small in some positions, a little light. And I think they took advantage of that, and that they've got some good size, and they were really strength. And they had 8 starters back on defense, and it kind of showed with their experience. Now, I do think we had some issues where, Raji was a little beat up, and had to go in one time, did come back, and that was the toughness in him. He tried, he wanted to go. but he wasn't at his best, and he wasn't full speed there. And I just, we got behind, and when you do get behind a little bit, we just felt like probably the best chance to get back in the game was to go a little bit more to the throw game, and so we elected to do that. And in parts, we had some success with that. Late, we really got hot with it a little bit, minus a couple of the sacks, and some of those sacks caused 2 fumbles there where we got beat. So we just got to do a better job of staying in the game, keeping patient with that, and making sure we get that run game going, because we don't want to throw the ball because we have to throw the ball. We want to throw the ball when we want to throw the ball, and it always really needs to start with the run game. So hopefully this week, which is a huge challenge going against probably one of the best defenses in the nation, if not the best defense in the nation, the challenge will be there. Our guys will have to be up to it.
Yeah, I'll ask you about that Cincinnati defense in a moment. Coach, you mentioned Rajay Harris going out of the game, but it was great to see him come back. I've heard all about the rookie wall, the freshman wall. You've been in coaching a long time, so I'm sure you've witnessed it as well. You're playing a lot of young guys, including those guys in the backfield. Are we at that point in the season yet, Coach? Are those guys still as fresh as they were kind of coming in as spring chickens to this ECU football program? How are they doing from that aspect of it?
No, I tell you, I think that we've said this week a little bit, and maybe that we were a little worried about it maybe going into last week, that the grind of the college season and, being away from home and it just being different and just the toughness and the physicality part of it every week has played a little bit of a toll on especially the young guys. The older guys, they kind of know the deal. They're kind of used to it and they expect it a little bit, know how to pace themselves a little bit. The young guys, even with the school's been challenging for them. It's a lot different. With it being online has been challenging in itself there a little bit. So there's some of them look a little tired, and we're going to have to get them back though, and they got to understand they got to finish this thing out at their best. And so, but it's a concern. A lot of these freshmen probably never dreamed they were going to be playing this much this early. As well, they say they want to. Even the redshirt freshmen think they want to, but they probably played a lot more reps than they ever dreamed they would.
You're already playing a lot of young guys, so maybe this isn't a great question, but when you look at 2020 for what it is, and you get your year back, you get your classification back for all these guys, and there's no redshirt rules or anything. Again, you're already playing a lot of young guys, but as you head into the latter part of the year, do you talk with the staff? Do you think about trying to get some guys experience that maybe have not been able to get experience yet? Even though it's a balance, right? You're trying to win every game, but also get guys experience.
Well, I think, for sure, we still feel like there's a lot to play for. Are we going to win the national championship? No. Are we going to win the conference championship? No. We know that. The kids know that. I mean, everybody knows that. But we do feel like, we had 2 weeks in a row there where we really felt like we had a great chance to win the game. We probably feel like we didn't actually win one of those games. And I do think that's been a little bit of a beat down, too, in that, getting over that hump of how do you close one out, how do you win that game. But we do feel like 3 games to go, maybe 4, that it's still a lot to play for, still a building, for success. So we're going to do everything we can do just to win the game. We are playing probably everybody that we could possibly play. If they're not playing right now, they're probably not ready to play, and it probably wouldn't benefit them to get in there. It'd probably hurt somebody else. Now, there are a few guys like, in some positions, I'll speak offensively, that are second-team guys that have played a couple of plays. They may start to see a little bit more action in the games, depending on how the game is being played. So kind of a yes and no on that a little bit, but they're all there. There's nobody like that will pull up and start traveling them that could possibly be ready to play right now.
Coach, the numbers are staggering, as you know, when you look at these defensive numbers for Cincinnati, giving up 10 points a game in conference play and shutting down some really high-powered offenses. And I guess you got to go back to the ECU game last year, the last offense that really got them and got going, and that was the Pirates in the game here at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. But I don't know, I could give you 3 or 4 weeks to find a weakness on tape, and you probably couldn't do it for their defense, right?
Well, we certainly haven't been able to do it yet. I will say this: they're outstanding. All the notoriety they're getting, as a team, and especially defensively, justified. So there really is no weakness. We just have to go embrace the challenge. We'll have to play our best. But again, they are just guys, just like our guys too. And a lot of them are the same guys they had last year. Some of them are new. Some of them are second-team players that are now playing a little bit more. But no weaknesses to speak of, nothing to say, well, we got to go do this or whatever. But I think we can go match up. You know what I'm saying? If we can get the run game going, then we should be able to throw the ball. And if you can do both, then you got a chance.
And you threw it with success last year, Coach. And I don't. Last year is last year, but do you use that for confidence at least, saying, "Hey guys, we put up a ton of yards against this team a year ago"?
Well, I think our kids are aware of that. They know, you know what I'm saying? They know that they've done that. They know that they can do it again. I think the last 2 weeks we've thrown the ball pretty well anyhow. And so I think those kids are just, they're excited about going and playing. What we got to be able to do is get back to getting that balance. So, I say we were not a very good running team last week. We know we've got to get that going. So big challenge for the offensive line this week. Obviously, it always is, because we're going to ride them to get that running game going and protect the quarterback.
Donnie Kirkpatrick joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Coach, appreciate your time as always. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right. See you next week.
There he is, Donnie K, ECU offensive coordinator, trying to cook up a plan to move the football on this brick wall that is a Cincinnati Bearcats defense. We'll talk some Pirates defense when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, as you'll hear my one-on-one with Blake Harrell, ECU defensive coordinator. That's on the way when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back with you after
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Do you think you might have been exposed to COVID-19? Maybe you're planning to visit parents, family, or friends. Arc Point Labs of Greenville offers same-day COVID-19 results. No referral needed. Same-day results available. Arc Point Labs of Greenville offers easy solutions to COVID-19 testing. Arc Point Labs of Greenville is located across from Vidant Hospital on Executive Circle behind Southern Bank. Call for an appointment or walk in. Arc Point Labs of Greenville, 215-5688 or arcpointlabs.com.
2020 certainly hasn't been the year many of us were hoping for, but one thing has stayed the same. I'm Tim Sutton with Greenville Auto World, and our commitment to our customers has never wavered. Let Greenville Auto World show you how easy it is to buy a quality used car in Greenville. We believe in fair prices, superior service, and treating customers right leads to satisfied repeat buyers. Your vehicle is a big investment, and our customers trust us to keep them up and running with outstanding service and value. For Greenville Auto World, cross from Hardee's at Bell's Fork.
Let's turn a trip to the branch into a tap on your phone. Let's hit pause on a lost debit card without hitting pause on life. That's how First National Bank is redefining convenience with a top-rated mobile app that puts more security and control at your fingertips and friendly people to help you succeed right by your side. Let's get started at fnb-online.com or your local First National Bank. FNB member FDIC.
If you're recovering from an injury, getting back into sports, dealing with everyday pain or fatigue, then Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you get back on track and live well. Kinetic's award-winning staff features a TPI golf specialist that offers assessments and rehab to help you get back on the course and playing your best.
This is Dr. Shondell Jones, and you deserve to live well. Call us at 364-2806 or visit kptonline.com. Go Pirates!
You can paint these pitches purple!
Classic sports moments never get old, and neither does classic food from CPW's. CPW's classic menu is back with all of your favorites like tortellini CPW's, Cajun chicken and pasta, classic lasagna, the garbage pizza, the stromboli, calzone, Atlantic salmon, the Cajun fried shrimp wrap, and more. Start every meal off with your favorite beverage and CPW's fresh baked bread and garlic butter. CPW's, serving classics in Greenville since 1995. Stanton Square near the hospital.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Listen to Pirate Radio Live every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on 92.7 FM in Greenville and 104.1 FM in Washington, or watch on YouTube or Facebook Live. PRL is hosted by Clip Brock and yours truly, and features the latest breaking news, top-notch guests, and all of your favorite Pirate Radio personalities like Troy D. and Ellerby, The Voice Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, Stephen Igo, Billy Weaver, Brian North, Tony Collins, Bryce Williams, Coach Rick Smith, Ronnie Woodward, Morgan Ehlers, Mike Mullis, and more. You can join us on Monday starting at 3 o'clock for Pirate Radio Live right here on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Shirley, we'll mix in a little Masters talk with our football talk coming up in just a little bit. Mike Mullis is going to join us on the Fixed NC live line as Bryson DeChambeau playing on the course right now, trying to make the cut for Saturday. He's 2 over par. We'll talk about the leaders, Tiger, and more coming up with Mully. Also get his thoughts on ECU Cincinnati, as we'll check in with him in 10 or 15 minutes or so. Right now, we roll on in hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, talking about the Pirate defense, which, just like the entire team, took a step back last week, and ECU's lost to Tulane. They'll try to find themselves tonight against a very tough challenge, Cincinnati, who can run the ball, throw the ball. They have a veteran quarterback in Desmond Ritter. We talked about him and more when I had a chance to catch up with the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell. Here's that conversation. Coordinator Blake Harrell joins us on the Fixed NC live line. Coach, thanks for your time as always. How you doing today?
Good. Appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, as always. Coach, when you went back, looked at the tape from the loss to Tulane, what, if anything, stood out to you that maybe your team could have done better last Saturday?
You know, I think the thing we got to focus on is one snap at a time. And during that snap is making sure we're locked in, make sure we are alert, all on the same page, and then, lastly, playing with maximum effort, playing as hard as we can play for that one snap. Don't try to save anything for the next snap. Play as hard as we can go for that snap, because that's how we want to play defense here at ECU. That's how our program wants to be, and just hard-nosed, one snap at a time throughout the entire football game.
Coach, we're always looking for, reasons for success. How did that go right? But at the same time, reasons for losses as well. What went wrong? And would anything happen on Saturday, in your opinion, have to do with the way you lost at Tulsa? You always hear, don't let the same team beat you twice. Did that game have anything to do with the Tulane game, in your opinion?
Well, as you said, we always want to look out the windshield, not through the rear view. Don't worry about the last game. Always focus on, move on to the next game. And that's what we try to do each and every week. Right now, we're not worried about Tulane. We're focused on Cincinnati. But I think, in the back of your mind and the back of your players' mind, if you can turn those Tulsas or even the Navy into W's, that certainly helps with your confidence and helps you just play a little faster, a little bit more urgency, and gives you a little bit more confidence.
Coach, you picked a heck of a league to join when it comes to trying to defend quarterbacks, and I guess you can add Pratt now to the good quarterback list in this conference, and you'll see another one coming up against Cincinnati with Ritter. And how have you seen him improve? He's a fantastic runner with the football. How have you seen him when you watch film on him improve as a passer and trying to become really a dual threat QB?
Yeah, Ritter is playing really, really well right now, and certainly over the last few ball games. It's just been kind of the heartbeat of their offense as far as just putting the ball in right place and the right receivers at the right time. And also when it's not there, the coverage protection might break down, and the coverage is pretty good. He takes off and does some things with his legs. So he's definitely a dual threat guy that you got to account for in all phases.
They ran the ball well last week against Houston. They'll try to do it again against the Pirates this week, Coach. How about their running game? What stands out about the way they're able to move the football on the ground?
They'll motion shift you around and get you some different looks. And just the size up front, they're extremely big up front. The tight ends do a great job blocking. And the tailbacks get downhill on you in a hurry. And they find the first crease, and they get vertical in it and get north and south. So we got to do a good job of making sure we have gap integrity, making sure we do a good job of what I call PYP, play your position, and that's just every man doing their job and playing 11 guys playing as one. So that's what we got to focus on this week.
Coach, I know you want all the practice time you can get, but is it a good thing maybe you had a short week this week? The guys go ahead, get back on the practice field, get that last loss out of their minds and get back on the field and play another game and try to win? Could it be a good thing to have a short week this week?
Well, you certainly don't have time to sit around and think about last week. You got to get back to work and get your eyes forward and focus on Cincinnati, because it certainly is a short week. You turn right around, you get back at it after it on Sunday, and don't really have a day off throughout the week. So, and the last time we played on Friday night, we played pretty well, so kind of looking forward to this week as well. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too, Coach, and it probably has more to do with opponent and matchup and everything, but if you look at the trends, ECU has played well in the night game so far this year. Went down and knocked off South Florida, and then the game against Tulsa as well. You guys went toe-to-toe and should have won the game against the Golden Hurricane. So does that add a little confidence to you that you have played well in night games so far this season? I certainly think so, and I think, our kids believe they play well at night and gives them a little extra rest time throughout the day, just kind of get ready and prepare for the night game. We're certainly looking forward to that and using that to our advantage.
Coach Blake Harrell joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Coach, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Blake Harrell there, ECU defensive coordinator. Who has the toughest task tonight, Donnie Kirkpatrick or Blake Harrell? Chandler, I'll get your answer. Which is more daunting tonight? Facing that defense that's giving up like 11 points a game, or facing the offense that can run the ball and throw the ball, about the same proficiency?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go with that defense. That defense is really scary. They got a bunch of grown men on that side of the football.
We have grown men, but they're young.
They're young grown men.
Young grown men.
As Donnie Kirkpatrick said, is that who said that?
Yeah, that's correct.
But, both coordinators have a tough task tonight, but I do think that Donnie K is going to have to give it his best tonight against that tough defense.
It is a tall task the Pirates are facing tonight at 7:30. We'll talk more about that. Talk a little Masters as well. This is the only opportunity we'll ever have to talk Masters during the Bud Light pregame tailgate. So we'll do that with Mike Mullis when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, taking you right up to that 7:30 kickoff, Pirates and Bearcats. We'll take a timeout, come back. Hour 2 rolls on after this.
Welcome to Jack Brown's. What can I get for you?
You guys got chicken strips?
Nah, we don't have those.
Can I get a salad?
No, we don't carry salads, ma'am.
Well, what do you have?
We are glad you asked. This ain't no regular degular. This is American Wagyu beef.
These ain't your Uncle Timmy's charcoal bricks. Kiss the cook, kiss my grits.
Our burgers are 4 ounces of hand-pressed, made-to-order, perfectly seasoned ecstasy in a potato roll.
4 ounces not big enough for you, big man? Double patty time!
Or just grab a cheeseburger.
Jack Brown's, 805 Dickinson Avenue, Greenville.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Temperatures are in the low 30s at 10 a.m., increasing sharply to 75 degrees by 1 p.m., and then dropping into the teens by 10 p.m. So before you go to work, put on some gloves, pack some shorts, and a parka. That should cover you for the day.
Your heating and cooling is taking a beating. Guarantee your family's comfort all fall and winter with a new Train system. It's hard to stop a train. For a limited time, get a new Train system with 0% financing for 60 months. Go to DelcorInc.com for more information. Delcor, the service professionals. See your independent Train dealer for details. Call 1-888-534-6898 for details.
Hi, this is Billy Parker, and football is here. Tailgate at home with family and friends this season and let Parker's Barbecue do all the cooking. While tailgating at your house, let us provide all the food with our delicious chicken, barbecue, seafood, and sides. We can customize packages for any size group, big or small. Give us a call today and place your order. Parker's and football, a winning combination. Also shipping nationwide at parkersbbq.com. Parker's Barbecue is how friends and family come together.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Still a lot to go on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate as we get you ready for ECU Cincinnati at 7:30. We've got a great giveaway coming up in our next hour. We will give away a case of Bud Light and a gift card to Parker's Barbecue, which we are enjoying right here in the Pirate Radio studios. Chandler said he went and tried the barbecue slaw mix that I was talking about and was impressed. It's a good mix. So there you go. Shirley, Chandler, myself here have enjoyed that. Mike Mullis, if you want to drop by, we'll serve you some fried chicken and barbecue, but we'll talk to you on the phone for now. How you doing today, sir?
Good, buddy, and I will tell you, it is a great call on. I really don't want barbecue without slaw, and I don't want slaw without barbecue, other than on a hot dog.
Exactly what I said. It is a match made in heaven, and enjoy it there at Parker's. Mike Mullis on the Fixed NC live line, and I was going to call a lot of different people to talk golf, but I called you first, Mully, as you say in your Fixed NC ad, to talk a little golf with you today. I took Dustin Johnson on Wednesday, and he's tied for the lead right now. So I'm feeling, as a Dustin Johnson guy, Mully, should I be feeling good? He's tied with, I think, 3 others at 9 under right now.
Yeah, it's a jumbled up leaderboard and kind of anybody's game. But I mean, you got to like DJ. You know, he's kind of the combination of, he gets it out there good, but his strength of his game is his short game, his wedge play. So, yeah, you got to like his chances. I mean, it's an interesting Masters. It's from a play standpoint, and all the hype about DeChambeau going in, and he once again has proven his mental midgetry, if you will. He is kind of imploded now. He's only 2 over, and I think he's got 4 or 5 holes left to play, and the cut line's at even. So he could find a way to sneak in. But that was the big story going in, and all the other guys were kind of like, okay, hey, don't forget about us. And I think DeChambeau did himself no favors when he stated that the par for him at Augusta National was 68. And par is actually 72. That's kind of a egotistical comment to make, and that doesn't sit well with the with the old guard.
Just stuck one on a par 3 tee shot, so he looks like he's going to have an opportunity to get to 1 under, but I was going to bring it up, as you mentioned, the cut line looking to be even, right, Mully? So he's got to do some...
he would get the 1 over. He's 2 over now, so if he makes that birdie, you get the 1 over, not 1 under,
Oh, I apologize. I meant 1 over, and would still have a little work to do to make sure he's playing on Saturday and Sunday. How about Tiger Woods, 4 under first round, which I believe tied him, Mully, for the best first round he's had at Augusta, so was feeling good going into today, but has not played his best in round 2.
No, and that was his best round. I think it was just outright his best round. But he's still in the hunt. He'll play the weekend, and it's always, great to see him there. And I think he's still got some golf in front of him today. I don't know exactly where he is, but again, it's kind of anybody's game, man. That's a different place. We've seen Rory McIlroy as a young man coming down the stretch, and it kind of looks like he's got it locked up. And next thing you know, he blows one into the cabins and makes a double or triple, and it turns the whole tournament around. So we've seen all kinds of things at the Masters, and I don't have any reason to think it's not going to be much that way this weekend. And it's and I'll tell you, from a viewing standpoint, it's been on constantly in the background at the office. It's kind of cool to listen to it on the radio as as I'm going about my daily business, and then to go get lunch and sit and watch a few holes. I've kind of enjoyed this the way they run it. And now I'm not saying I want to see it this way in April, and who knows what April will hold. But it has been a very digestible format, and I think the folks at Augusta have done a great job pulling this thing off.
Molly, I read yesterday that if there is a playoff holes or it gets delayed due to weather, there is a chance the Masters could end Sunday on ABC if it goes beyond that 4:00 mark where CBS begins their football coverage. So you want to talk about weird? How about finishing the Masters on a Sunday on ABC rather than CBS? That would be really strange.
Yeah, the only thing stranger would be if it was to finish up on Fox. But it's yesterday with the delay and the early weather, I'm like, man, we may have like Masters Monday here. I mean, it was looking like that. That would be a possibility. Now, I don't know how they would decide to do that, and I would think they would play Monday if they needed to, but and that may be a precedent. They may have done that before, but it's kind of funny. I find it interesting that the NFL kind of deferred to the Masters, only scheduling 5 1:00 games, none of which are of any merit.
A ton of 4:00 games this week.
Yeah, they moved the schedule to 4:00, heavy on the 4:00 side, basically saying, hey, we know that the Masters is the Masters, and we're going to kind of bow out gracefully and see let that tournament finish up. So the Masters is the Masters, man. It is the gold standard for a lot of people as it relates to any sporting event. You have casual observers that enjoy watching the Masters, and obviously we're sitting here on ECU football game night talking about the Masters. So it is a big deal, and again, I think I said it earlier when you and I talked, the cool part is we'll get to do this again in April.
Bryson DeChambeau does make his birdie putt, goes to 1 over par, so still a chance he could be playing on Saturday and Sunday. Kind of hope he is, Mully. Just adds to the flavor a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, as you well know.
I know,
but I just think that and it's not being a fan of the young man, because I do think he's extremely bright. And I read his SI story that was out in the last Sports Illustrated issue, and it didn't endear me or really change my opinion. It's just the I don't know, just trying to overpower the game of golf just doesn't make sense to me. But it's no different, again, than anything that we've talked about as it relates to major sports right now.
Yeah.
It's all offense, and everybody wants to see the long ball, and it doesn't matter what that is, if it's a long three-pointer, if it's a long pass, if it's a long home run. It's all basically the same net idea.
Looks like your guy Tony Finau has some work to do. Or no, I'm sorry, he's +2 on the day, but 1 under for the tournament.
Yeah.
So he'll be around this weekend as well.
Yeah, and I don't know that I like him to get back in contention. I don't know that he's got that kind of firepower, but I do. Listen, I just need him. I've got a little friendly wager with Kevin Perry, my buddy KP, and he's got Phil and I've got Tony, and I actually doubled down on KP's bet, doubling the amount, saying that that Phil wouldn't make the cut, but Phil has made the cut.
Yeah,
and made the comment today on the Golf Channel that he was quote unquote hitting it like a stallion. He just couldn't putt. So we'll see how the weekend plays out.
Mike Mullis joining us. Mully, if ECU was ranked 7th instead of their opponent, maybe we wouldn't be talking as much Masters on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'd be riding high right now. But, man, tall task for the Pirates tonight. Kind of the same feeling, though, a little bit heading into that Tulsa game. And ECU played them well enough to win that game a couple of Fridays ago. So, I don't know. Can the Pirates find any magic tonight? It's a tough task for sure, taking on the Bearcats.
Yeah, you never know. You roll them out there, and it's every coaching cliche in the world when you don't know how to answer the question. And you don't as a homer, you don't want to say nope, got no chance. As a realist, you kind of feel like this would obviously be the climbing of Mount Everest for them to even be competitive. And I have said, I've had folks ask me, well, I do think they'll cover. And I think the last I heard that was like at 27. So I mean, I do think there's a chance for them to cover, and I guess that's the the moral victory maybe everybody in in Pirate Nation is looking for. But I mean, Cincinnati's just flat out good. I mean, there's just no. I mean, they're and again, it's not just this team. Luke Ficklin has done some special stuff there and built quite a program, and you look back and go, it's Cincinnati. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that it was Cincinnati. Who's that? But they've done some impressive stuff. I mean, they've got athletes everywhere. It's a tall order.
That's the recipe. He has built it up, Mully, over his years. It was 2016 when Scotty Montgomery and the Pirates laid the wood to Cincinnati, and here we are today. A lot has changed, and a lot of that has been him recruiting and retention, bringing in some impact transfers, and he's got a third-year quarterback. I mean, it's kind of the recipe you want if you're East Carolina. A lot of continuity, and they're good too deep. He has built it from the foundation up, and you're kind of jealous if you're a Pirate fan looking at the success they're having right now, because again, a few years ago we were beating Cincinnati by a lot of points.
Well, and I think what we have to look at, and I think this is, we go back to when Boise State was doing what they're doing, and now they still have a traditionally good program. I think we, as the Pirate faithful, we have to think, if they could do it, we could do it. It's just a matter of timing and getting everything right place, right time, and give it an opportunity to work. And of course, everybody talks about Texas and Florida as it relates to high school football, but Ohio has got a pretty good football tradition up there too, and they have capitalized on the opportunity to recruit there, and really it's kind of them and Ohio State, that's really. And I know you got Ohio in the MAC and whatever else, but they've done a great job, and it's not even. It's the fact of all those things that you said earlier, but I think the one thing that stands out to me is it's truly they've gotten the right type of player for what they do, and they are very athletic. They're big. I mean, they're just a good football team.
Mully, enjoyed the chat as always, man. Enjoy the golf this weekend, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely, buddy. Y'all, cheer hard and go Pirates.
Cheer hard and go Pirates. The final words from Mike Mullis as he joins us here on the Fixed NC Live Line. Shirley, before we go to break, can we hear a little bit from the head football coach of Cincinnati, Luke Fickell? And again, if you need to feel good about tonight's game, you need some encouraging words, all you got to do is listen to the opposing team's head coach. He'll tell you how good your team is. This is Luke Fickell for Shirley, as he talked about the Pirates.
Yeah, obviously, I don't. It's a really good football team, and I'm surprised. Just like last year when we played them, sometimes the record is not, really indicative of the team. I thought that about Tulsa last year when they came in here, and they were a really good football team. I think this is a good balance. Obviously, what they did to us last year was, their offense, with throwing the ball the way they did and things like that. But I just think in general, they're a good football team. They're on the rise. They're in year two, obviously, with Coach, and you can see the development and the things that they're doing. When you've got a quarterback like they do, it gives you an opportunity every week. And that's not just to score more points to everybody. A quarterback that's playing well gives a lot of confidence to a lot of other people on the team, not just the offense, not just the receivers, but also gives a lot of confidence to the defense. And I see this, and I see them a bit on the rise.
He saw what they did to the Cincinnati defense last year, so he knows how capable this ECU offense is to put up points and to move the football. In fact, C.J. Johnson was a huge factor in that last year. Cut 5, Shirley, was asked about C.J.'s performance a year ago.
You and Chad got together to try to bring up all the tough ones, huh? Yeah, I mean, he was a freshman last year. Obviously, he had, I think, 13 catches, 250 whatever yards on us. The following week, he had 0 catches. I think he got hurt the following week, so I don't know if he, after our game, didn't have quite as much, whether he got dinged up or not. The thing about them is he doesn't have as many targets this year. They've got 2 other receivers. That one has 44 and one has 38. And I think he might only have 13 or 14. Yes, he is. I think he's a huge play guy. I think maybe this year, where they are right now, the other guys have maybe had a little bit of a hot hand, and some people are probably doing some different things to him as well. But it's another one of those crew that come in and you say, wow, they've got a really good nucleus of guys that can make plays and a quarterback that can get them the football.
There is Luke Fickle. One more, Shirley. He was asked about even though you won last year, is this a shot at redemption? You losing to Memphis a couple of times last year, getting 43 put on you by ECU last year. Do you think about those things here in 2020?
Thanks, Chad. I appreciate that. We haven't talked about it all this week. Actually, we took that out of the books. I don't even think it's on record anymore that game didn't happen. No, I think for us in general, we've kind of said this is a bit of a redemption tour. It wasn't just Memphis since they beat us twice. The act of trying to take something or gain something is still a championship. And for us in general, that's kind of the big picture. It's like it's a redemption tour. That whether it's ECU and the numbers they put up offensively against us last year, or if it was Memphis who beat us twice, it's still that ability to, hey, how are we going to take a championship? How are we going to go get a championship that we believe we have worked for and deserve? So it's a part of it. But no, things that happened last year don't go easily by the wayside, and things you don't forget. That's for sure.
All right, the 2020 Redemption Tour is going pretty well for Cincinnati. I would say the way they are playing football this year, it's a top 10 team and a team that is looking to take down ECU tonight. Pirates, big underdogs. I just took ECU team total over 14. I realize that they haven't given up more than 13 in an AAC game, but tonight is the night. Chandler, why are you laughing?
No, I mean,
I did it against Tulsa, remember?
Yeah,
that's team total.
And it worked out well for you.
It did. How do you feel about this one? You look
not
nervous.
So good.
You look a little nervous.
That defense is, like I said earlier, it's very scary, man. Just gotta. I
just need a couple touchdowns.
Well, and you know what you need is a little bit of excitement for the night. So
excitement time.
Excitement time. So I don't know. We'll sit here and watch, and we'll be hoping that they can get to maybe 15.
All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Hour 3 on tap, and this is a big hour because we will be making you a winner. Do you like Parker's Barbecue? Do you like Bud Light beer? Who says no? We'll make you a winner coming up in this hour. Ronnie Woodward said to join us. We'll talk to Stephen Igo, David Glenn. We got a big hour on tap for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back after this.
Hi, this is Scott Muller with Clean Eats. Carol and I would like to personally thank all of you for supporting Clean Eats so well through these tough times. We are blessed to have such a great community helping us weather the storm. If you're having trouble consistently eating healthy, go to cleaneats.com and click on meal plans and give our tasty and affordable meals a try. Or stop by the cafe for lunch and let us show you just how simple and easy it is to get started and stay on track. Clean Eats, it's a lifestyle. 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning inviting you to join my team at Farm Bureau Insurance. Right now, during hurricane season, is a good time to review your coverage with a local trusted agent like me. I will make myself available before or after business hours, and my clients always have my cell phone number if they need anything. From home, auto, or life, give me a call today and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates!
Hey, Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and get things done right with a John Deere tractor package from Quality Equipment. You can't afford to lose on your home turf, so we'll help you get the driveway done right at the right price. Right now, our 1023E driveway package starts as low as $148 per month. So get quality done right before every ECU football weekend. Visit QualityEquip.com. Offer ends 12/31/2020. Subject to approved installment credit with John Deere Financial. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Domino's week-long carry-out deal means you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each every day. That's right, $7.99 each, and every day means any day. But just in case there's any confusion, we've set up a helpful website to confirm if today's a day you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each at Domino's. Just go to howaboutoday.com to find out if Domino's week-long carry-out deal is valid today. Spoiler alert, it is. Carry out only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary. Excludes extra large and specialty pizzas. Crust availability varies by size.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, Shirley. Looks like they are about to call it for the day in Augusta. A few guys trying to finish up their holes here. Tiger Woods standing around, and the horn just blew. Some dude in a suit just had an air horn and went, wah! And now the golfers are walking off the course. So like they're in the middle of the fairway. They're just gonna mark their balls overnight? I guess so.
I think.
Oh, sorry. Ronnie Woodward's here. Hey, Ronnie.
I think I've seen this before. When they make the call, you finish your current hole.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
They look like they were done, but this guy.
Because I think Tiger was laughing there, I don't want to start this hole. He saw it coming,
Yeah.
He didn't want to hit his tee shot or something like that.
Well, they're still playing, so maybe you're right. Maybe they will finish.
I think it means finish the hole you're on and call it good.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, we will follow what is going on at the Masters, as we'll have that to watch Saturday and Sunday. We'll have Pirate football to watch tonight. A couple other college football games tonight, too. We'll talk about that with the big man on campus later on in today's program. We start with Ronnie Woodward, who was public enemy number one after ECU's loss to Tulane last week. Why were people all over Ronnie Woodward after the game? Well, it stemmed from some comments he made on last week's Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Sorry to relive this again, Ronnie, but we got to get a little more mileage out of it before we retire it. So here's a recap of last week. You'll hear Ronnie on the pregame show and our first two callers on the fifth quarter.
I don't know. I was just not impressed. We've had this conversation for 2 months now, but Tulane's talent, I know they're really well coached and they have some different things. They have some bounce back that you talked about a little bit ago, but the talent just doesn't blow you away. This is a game where ECU should win or should be a good game at least. So
you're a staunch Tulane denier.
I mean, they're just not that talented.
I want to call out Ronnie Woodward for the pregame tailgate show. Listening to him say that Tulane is not talented, I almost wanted to scream and call you guys instantly. What a horrible, horrible thing to say. Tulane is talented. They're fast. As soon as Ronnie Woodward said that, I was like, East Carolina's going to get blown out today because Ronnie Woodward just jinxed it. But anyways, that's blasphemy to say that Tulane's not talented.
Same thing the guy just said. Ronnie Woodward gave us a kiss of death.
All right, there you go. Ronnie Woodward. Ronnie, we can move on from that now. The Pirate Nation is okay. Although I just checked Twitter 48 seconds ago. This guy asked, why are you wearing red?
Because it was the first polo in my closet when I was trying to get here by 5:30, and I made it.
It's more like a...
it's like a burgundy.
It's almost a burgundy.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Nike check. You kind of look like Tiger rolling in here today,
Looks
actually.
like Tiger
There's
on
an
Sunday.
answer.
Yeah.
That's why I wore burgundy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So,
not only was it the first polo I could grab and get out of the door, but because I knew we were going to watch the Masters, and we were going to get here, and they were going to pause it, and we were going to play this and open up the door for everybody to rip me. I was ready.
That is not a Cincinnati red, if that's what the tweeter was referring to. So anyway, Ronnie, we talked about it on Monday.
That's Cincinnati red.
You are not willing to say that Cincinnati is not talented, correct?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
They're plenty talented and plenty good.
I asked this earlier. Who's got the toughest job tonight, Ronnie? Kirkpatrick or Harrell?
That's a good question. Kirkpatrick.
With that defense?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, Cincinnati, we've heard it all week, and even Donnie said it and Coach Houston said it. They just don't give anything up, that's kind of the problem. Like ECU, I think, could play well in this game and lose by whatever, 20, 25, 30. Obviously that would make a lot of sense, right? People would be interested if it was somewhere between 25 and 30. That's why they set those lines. But yeah, I mean, Cincinnati is just, I think, really, really good on defense. And then I think Desmond Ritter has turned the corner a little bit, which makes their offense more dynamic than it used to. Because I'm trying to think, too, who's the running back of the last few years? I can't think of his name.
I don't recall.
Warren? Is it Warren, right? I don't know.
That's not there anymore?
Yeah, their lead running back. He went to the NFL. He left early and went for the NFL. And Jared Dokes, he doesn't. I don't think he's definitely a step down from the guy they had the last few years.
Last year, Michael Warren had 141 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
that's
Michael
who you were
Warren
referring
was
to.
a dude who foregoed. I think he was a junior last year, and he went into the NFL draft. But Desmond Ritter, I think, has turned the corner. I mean, you look at his numbers last year in this game.
Yeah,
I mean,
they scored 46 points. Now, some of that was on a pick six.
Yeah.
But Ritter, 12 of 24, 161 yards.
2 picks.
2 picks last year.
Yeah, he hit a 73-yard. but he's been good. I mean, the last 3 weeks. So I wrote about this earlier this week. See if I can get this right off the top of my head. He has 6 career 100-yard games. He's a junior. Like, he had 1 as a freshman. So he's done it a while and played in a ton of games. So 6 for his career, and 2 of them are in the last 3 games, last 3 weeks. So he's running the ball. He's not turning it over, which Coach Houston mentioned early in the week. And I think that's kind of the difference with them on offense. But still, to go back to your original question, if I had to pick one, it's obviously Kirkpatrick is going to have much more headaches than Blake Harrell, I feel like.
Chandler, you remember earlier this year when Washington played Arizona and they were coming off a game where they sacked Carson Wentz like 8 times? And I was like, I'm terrified of Washington, getting after the quarterback and then Kyler Murray running all over the place. He did quite a bit of that. I kind of got that same feeling tonight.
Yeah.
Like, even if ECU does well at the D-line with the blitz.
Especially on the edges.
Right. Yeah. And Ritter steps up, and there's not a lot of Pirate defense in front of him. I'm concerned about that tonight.
Yeah, I guess the thing is that you have to tell those guys is just don't get too far upfield. Kind of stay your ground there at home. I was always told to stay at home and on those ends. So don't get too far up the field and make sure he doesn't take off, because if he does, it's dangerous.
I was going to ask, Ronnie, I mean, do you put pressure on him? 2 picks last year, not the most accurate thrower we're going to see this season, but that is a risk-reward deal. I mean, if you get to him and then push him back to a 2nd and 17, 3rd and 20, that's great. If he hits you with a 25-yard run, though, it's not as great.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to have probably a combination of different things. I mean, and I think a lot of it comes on the defensive line, the defensive ends. Like, Chandler mentioned, if they supply some pressure, then maybe you don't have to blitz a ton. Ideally, maybe you have a linebacker as like a spy, where he's not blitzing, but he's kind of spying the quarterback, and your line can get pressure. It's easier said than done, because if they block your line and block your linebackers, then I think that's where, if they give Ritter time to read things, that's where it can get scary. So I think that's what's worked for them the last few weeks, too.
Everyone listening now is trying to pick apart everything Ronnie says.
I know. I should just not show up.
No. Cameron says, can't wait to hear how Ronnie explains how Cincy is not a talented team. He's not doing that. He said they're talented.
Yep.
Bones just said Ronnie Woodward KOD, the kiss of death. Redbeard says Dokes will now run for 250 yards since you said he was a step down.
Yeah.
I am concerned about that one.
Yeah. I mean, that could easily happen.
Yeah.
I don't know about 250. If he goes for 250.
Oh, God. I'm really nervous about this now.
Yeah. But what's my guy's name from last week? Cameron. I can't even think of his name. the running back for Tulane who carried the ball 6 times and scored 2 long touchdowns.
Connor, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, ECU fans knew who they were for sure, right? I mean, they were all over it.
They knew they was very talented.
Dude's a 5-star, whoever.
Oh, here we go.
He's awesome. He was super recruited, talented, and skilled coming out of high school.
Oh boy.
I can't remember his name, but he scored 2 touchdowns and only had 6 carries. Anyway, whatever the Tulane thing.
Igo's trying, I guess, not to be called out after the game. He just takes it in. We'll talk to him in a moment, Ronnie. He said Dokes is a damn hoss.
He is a big dude. So. Yeah, he's a big, powerful type runner. And Michael Warren was as well, but he kind of had, you could tell he had some speed and kind of big playability. But yeah, Dokes is definitely more of a power, short yardage, I guess you could say, type back. But Ritter's got speed on him, so really they kind of complement each other, I feel like.
All right, tell you what, let's take a timeout, Shirley. We'll, since Igo's listening, we'll involve him in the conversation. We'll find out what the Pirates need to do tonight to get to keep this thing close, to be in it in the fourth quarter, and to try to pull off the upset. What is this playing right now, by the way?
Some version of the Masters theme?
No, it's not. It's probably one of the creepiest, in my opinion. Of course, we're playing some movie themes that have to deal with creepy things, like creepy movies, things like that. This is the theme from the original Poltergeist.
Oh, wow.
And this
is creepy.
Yeah, it like I'm getting. You can't fake this, but I got goosebumps.
You got goosebumps.
Can't fake that, but it just, I'm still getting creeped out.
I remember Twin Peaks had like an innocent yet very eerie theme.
Yeah,
to
and
that show.
Poltergeist was the same way.
Okay.
So that's why I chose it, because it is kind of creepy. And since we're going with kind of a Friday the 13th vibe, that figured we'd go with that.
It gives you an eerie feel, that's for sure. All right, we'll take a timeout. Come back. Stephen Igo joins Ronnie Woodward and I after this.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is former ECU tight end Bryce Williams from my friends at the Auto Store Group. Thanksgiving is coming up and the Auto Store Group wants to feed your family with our turkey giveaway. For a chance to be a winner, simply go to asgcars.com/turkey giveaway and fill out the registration form. There is no purchase necessary and winners will be announced on Saturday, November 21st. Wouldn't a free turkey this year be awesome? Sign up today at asgcars.com/turkey giveaway. The Auto Store Group, go Pirates!
Banking is banking until service is not the same. This is Eric Clark from Select Bank and Trust, and this year has been unusual, but we have continued to focus on what has always been important to us, our customers. When businesses needed access to the Paycheck Protection Program, our team of local bankers worked around the clock to successfully keep our customers open and their employees working. Wouldn't you like to deal with a bank that is responsive to your needs, can make local decisions, and cares about you, the customer? We are Select Bank and Trust. Bank local, bank select.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's the way our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts. You can subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, getting super creepy.
Yeah, it went Twin Peaks on you. I completely forgot about it until you mentioned Twin Peaks. I was like, that's another one that's very unassuming, but creepy as hell.
It is Friday the 13th. Maybe some shenanigans on the football field tonight. Boy, on Halloween, things got a little eerie for the Pirates, and then got a lot frustrating with the officials' calls and the review officials late in that Tulsa game a couple of Fridays ago. Pirates and Bearcats tonight. Nobody taking the Bearcats lightly, and Ronnie, I don't think Cincinnati's going to take ECU lightly either. After what happened last year, they're also playing for their ranking right now and a chance to try to be in that conversation for the playoff.
Yes, I was trying to look this up. I don't know about you, I've gone back and forth, I feel like, even today about this. The initial thought is that Cincinnati and BYU want to, if there's anybody in the country, it's those two teams who want style points over anybody. Which I think is right. The only thing is, I think Cincinnati kind of had its show me moment. I mean, really the last few games, but the SMU game that was late, SMU was ranked. I think that was a Saturday night. They won 42-13. Then they went to they hosted Memphis 149-10. Those are the games that people pay attention to. You know, like ranked. You know, like I don't think Cincinnati is. I mean, I don't know. Are they really that interested in scoring 55 against ECU?
Does UCF's name still carry weight, even though they're not ranked, because they have them coming up?
Exactly. That's like it's those show me like if they beat ECU 55-3.
This is kind of a standalone spot though on Friday night with nothing else going on, where they could showcase themselves.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. Like I said, I've gone back and forth with it.
Let's see what Stephen Igo has to say about that, who joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. What's up, Igo?
What's up, guys?
What do you think about Cincinnati and their motivation tonight to not only win the game but have some Steve Spurrier style points along the way?
Well, I mean, I think they've got all the motivation in the world, not only with the college football playoff and all that stuff and American Championship on the line and to play at home for that game, etc. But this is their senior night, as weird as that is to say. This is their last home game. So, I mean, they're, I assume, going to honor their seniors, even though they might have another one for the conference championship. So there's just so many factors that go into this game as far as being kind of leaning Cincinnati in terms of motivation, talent, etc. So, I mean, I think, I don't know. You know, to me, Luke Fickell doesn't seem like the type of guy who's just going to tell his offense to pour it on in the fourth quarter. Like Josh Heupel at UCF, I could see doing that, but I don't see Luke Fickell doing that. Now, they'll probably run the ball, run their offense, and it'll be up to ECU to stop them if it gets to that point. But I don't know. I mean, listening to him, it kind of is what it is at this point. I don't think beating ECU 52-0 versus 38-14 is going to move them up in the polls. So I just don't see it making that big of a difference.
In fact, they had a pretty nice win last week over a big-time offense and moved back in the polls due to what happened around them. So, I don't know. It's out of their hands, unfortunately, right now. I think what happens with their standing with the college football playoff. I go, what about the week at ECU coming off that step back that they took against Tulane last week? What kind of week was it at practice for the guys? As far as you know, I know you were not able to be out there, but talking to people on the Zooms, what kind of week was it for Mike Houston and his football team?
I mean, it sounds like they were pretty locked in, and I think when you have a young team with so many new guys, and you know, even with a lot of the guys going through it last year, you still have so many freshmen and first-year players really playing this year, really going through the conference for the first time. And I think you probably, I mean, listen, we as the media, we don't look at a Tulane and take them as seriously. Not to bring up Ronnie's comments from last week again, but I mean, like, I think the players, there's some natural, ability there too. When they see Tulane on the schedule versus the Cincinnati or UCF, I'm sure it's not to the same level of focus and prep just naturally. So I think when you put a number 7 Cincinnati, the opportunity to play on Friday night again, back on the docket, I think that does refocus the team. Now, I think it could go one of two ways. If they punch you in the mouth early in this game, after last week, you kind of go, here we go again, or do you punch back? So, I mean, against Tulsa, they obviously match their physicality on a Friday night, and it's going to be a lot more similar to that type of style. Not that Tulane isn't physical, but just their sheer size in the trenches, Cincinnati and their speed, they can give ECU all sorts of problems if they're not ready.
And Ronnie, to that point, we were giving ECU everything but the win coming off that Tulsa game. Like, we were
for sure,
a lot of pats on the back, and the players were feeling that. And I feel like the coaches kind of came out and talked about that a little bit this week, that this thing was going in the right direction, and they were doing everything but winning the games. Now you have that setback, and you hope they're a little more locked in heading out to the field tonight.
Yeah, and that's the interesting dynamic about this game, obviously, is ECU bounced back after Georgia State big time and beat South Florida. ECU, motivation-wise, can clearly bounce back and play well again tonight.
Yeah.
But it's not South Florida. Like, that's kind of the kicker. And the problem, I guess, if you're the Pirates, is they could play really well, and does that equal a win or a loss or whatever? Like the scoreboard might not reflect that. And that's one thing I want to look at maybe more closely just watching the game than I will. It's easy to kind of tell a flow of a game if it's the opponents are really even or the team's really even. You can tell by the score and the plays, but I really kind of want to dial in some on how ECU plays and kind of ask Coach Houston that either way, regardless of the score. Hey, how do you think your team competed after last week? How do you think the team prepared and competed? Because clearly he was not happy with the way they prepared and/or competed last week. So, again, regardless of the score, that's one of the questions I'm going to ask Coach Houston just to get his maybe immediate insight on it compared to last week.
Last year, it was the C.J. Johnson game for ECU last week. I guess we had our first Blake Prohl game of the season as he put up some big numbers for the Pirates. So what about tonight? Can C.J. repeat the feat? I saw Tyler Snead only had 2 catches versus Cincinnati last year. Maybe it's his time to shine, or does Blake Prohl put 2 special weeks back-to-back together again? What do you think about tonight? Who's the main impact weapon at the receiver position?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to how Cincinnati defends ECU. They pretty much play a lot of man, and they do a really good job of mixing it up. They'll blitz a lot. They'll drop into coverage. They don't really tip their hand a lot. So, it's one of those things you have to be on the lookout pre-snap if you're Holton Ahlers to really be prepared for what they're going to do. But, they like to get up on the outside and play physical, which played to ECU's strengths last year because CJ made a ton of plays. Now, if you go back and watch that film, there weren't big windows there. I mean, it was just CJ making grown man plays in tight coverage. So it's not like the corners were getting burnt all day. Now, the guy that ECU did pick on last year is Kobe Bryant. I believe he spells it C-O-B-Y, and he's back as a senior. They also have a freshman, reigning freshman All-American corner in Ahmad Gardner. Back on the other side, he had the pick 6 of Ahlers late in the game. So their 2 starting corners are back. They have a nickel cornerback, who I think his last name is Bush, who's really good. So they got 3 really good cover corners that, on paper would be able to match up with CJ, Prohl, and Snead in one-on-one coverage, and then it just comes down to who's going to win those matchups. So it just depends on how the game's going. Maybe CJ has some early success again. Maybe they put a safety over the top of CJ, and it comes down to Prohl or Omatosho or whoever. But you're going to have to win one-on-one matchups, but more importantly, you're going to have to block. They got a 6'5", 260-pound defensive end who's going to be an NFL draft pick, and if ECU can't block them, it doesn't really matter who's running routes.
Guys, last week, Rajay Harris, 13 carries, 27 yards. Now, he did leave the game, came back late in the game.
Yep.
3 previous games, over 100 yards. So let's play over-under Rajay Harris tonight. I was going to go 49.5.
Oof.
Where are you sitting, Ronnie?
a little high, right?
For Cincinnati, it is.
I'd probably take the under, although I think he has a shot to break one, maybe. Like, that's the thing with the over-unders and all this. Like, if you hit one big play, you got it. I'd take that number. I think maybe a little high.
Even last week, though, if he gets like 7 more carries, if he didn't leave that game, he could have got there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It kind of depends on the flow and everything else. Obviously, Igo, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't see ECU running the ball on this defense. Maybe I'm wrong, but
he's got to hit some big plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll make a concerted effort to take Rajay away, or Rajay. Excuse me.
His long run last week, guys, was 8 yards. He's going to need 28.
I'd say 20 more than that.
to hit that over tonight. All right. How about defensively, Igo, stopping Desmond Ridder? Ronnie and I looked at the numbers from last year, and he was not good against ECU throwing the football. He was good, over 100 yards running the football. He's gotten better as a passer, but his strength is still when he runs. And I asked Dan Horde earlier this week, is he getting his yards from design runs or from, tucking it and running on a pass attempt? And he said at least, the big ones and a lot of those yards are coming from when they call a pass, and he is able to get out and run it and become a running back at that point. So how about that factor tonight, Igo, and defending him as a runner and a passer?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a defense coordinator's worst nightmare, I think, facing a guy like this who can run it. His passing numbers, like, they're just so up and down. Sometimes he looks really good as a passer. Sometimes he looks really bad. So you almost have to try to force him to beat you through the air to see if it's one of those games where he's on or off. And if he is on, I think it's just going to be a long day for ECU. So that's what happened a couple years ago up at Cincinnati. They stacked the box, and Ridder had a huge day passing the football. So, I mean, it just kind of depends on what he's doing. I think they're getting one of their best receivers back today. They have some game changers at tight end. So they're just really balanced offensively. But you got to try to take away the run. You got to try to contain them. And, ECU has faced some pretty mobile quarterbacks this year. The USF guy, and then, of course, Georgia State as well. And then Dylan Gabriel's pretty mobile from UCF. But, you got to find a way to not let him beat you, or at least just take over the game, because the last few weeks he's just taken over the games with his legs. You can't let that happen. So we'll see. I mean, Army's really one of the few teams that actually stopped them on the ground. So I'm sure if you're ECU, you try to look at what Army did and see if you can replicate that.
The tight ends, for sure, is the thing that, it's just so unique. Blake Harrell talked about it, obviously. Mm-hmm. Those guys are good, man. Weil, I'm assuming is how you pronounce his last name, Josh Weil, big guy. He's not even listed as the starter. They have 2 or 3 guys, but it's really the main 2, and they're going to use both of them a lot. And they're all 6'6", 6'7". They like to throw the ball to them, and especially that, I think it's 81 Weil. Just a matchup issue. So that's something for sure to watch. I wonder if ECU gets in man situations where, like, who covers the tight end? Is it a safety? Is it a corner if they go out wide? I mean, I don't know how you kind of match up with that. It's unique, I think, in this league. I don't think there's many teams in this league, if not many teams really in the country, that use tight ends the way Cincinnati does.
This will be a nice game to have Stringer healthy and playing for the Pirates this year. Igo, what do you think about that?
Or Bell.
Yeah, sure. We can go back in time. They are going to run the ball with 3-4 tight ends in the game. They're going to throw the ball with their tight ends as well, as Blake Harrell said earlier this week. How about that as a matchup issue for ECU?
Well, it just creates all sorts of issues because, I mean, you can rep it all you want in practice, but no offense to ECU's tight end room, but they don't have NFL tight ends right now on the roster. So Cincinnati had I think a second or third round pick, Josiah DeGuara, last year from tight end room, who's playing in the NFL right now. You've got Travis Kelce, of course, who went there. So they kind of have a tight end factory, a tight end pipeline, and they get a lot of recruits going there. And that's just a different dynamic because they're going to bring those guys out for run blocking and kind of set you up in that way. and then hit you over the middle or with some bootlegs or crossing routes with the tight end. And, if you're Xavier Smith or a safety or an outside linebacker, you got to be ready to defend that as best as possible, because those are the guys that are going to draw those matchups. And like Ronnie said, I just don't know if ECU has anybody that can match up, except for maybe Jairo Wilson, athletically and with his length. That's about the only guy that I like on paper, trying to cover one of those guys.
Could be an important night, Chandler, for your guy, Jairo Wilson, covering those tight ends. Igo, thanks for joining us, man. Hope to see you soon in the Pirate Radio studios.
Yeah, hoping for next week if we get the all clear. So hoping we can do that. About tired of this quarantine deal.
Sounds good. All right, man. Glad you're doing better. There's Stephen Igo. Hoist the colors. Ronnie, have you got anything to eat yet?
I haven't.
Well, you need to jump on that before you leave.
I just realized y'all don't believe in daylight savings time here?
No, we do not. We keep the clock the way it was.
Threw me off.
I know. You got to keep checking your real clock.
It's almost game time.
Not quite. Okay. Our clock in the studio is wrong. Our clocks on our computers are correct. We got Parker's Barbecue in the back, and we got some Parker's Barbecue to give away. Shirley, I say we do that right now. 317-1250. 317-1250. Caller 12 wins a gift card to Parker's Barbecue and also a case of Bud Light. It is a huge pregame tailgate giveaway. Parker's and Bud Light on the line. We're back with more Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Looking for your next career opportunity? How about some extra cash to help pay for school? Your locally owned and operated Dixon Foods McDonald's is hiring, and they would love to have you as part of the McFamily. They offer flexible hours, competitive pay, and financial support to pursue your education through McDonald's Archways to Opportunity program. Come join the family at McDonald's. Don't let this financial opportunity pass you by. Please visit DixonFoods.com to apply.
Ahoy, mateys! To keep those cars clean, you need the Pirates Cove Fast Pass.
The new Pirates Cove Car Wash and Haviland Express Lube on Glen Burnie Road in New Bern is now open. Pirates Cove in New Bern is offering Fast Passes for $9.99 for new Fast Pass customers. You can visit us in Greenville on Fire Tower Road, Memorial Drive, and on East 10th Street. And have you heard? Pirates Cove on Fire Tower Road is now offering interior cleaning.
So we have you surrounded. Pirates Cove, the official car wash partner of ECU Athletics.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get the latest phones free. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
Does the idea of going to your local US Cellular store make you feel a bit uncomfortable? Tired of the hassle of waiting and wearing a mask? Let Toby Williams and his outside sales team take away that worry. They will come right to your home or office and drop your phone off on the porch or at the front desk for you. Saving you time and worry is what the team at Cellular Warehouse is all about. Call Toby today at 252-799-7051 and let them help you with all of your wireless needs. Cellular Warehouse, your local US Cellular authorized agent.
Your CBD store in Greenville has the highest quality CBD products in the country. Your CBD store is the first and only brand that carries USDA certified organic products such as gummies, honey sticks, and high absorption water soluble liquids, which are all made in the United States. They even offer products for your pet. The educated staff will help you answer any questions, and you can stop in anytime to get a free sample. Your CBD store, locally owned and operated, open Monday through Saturday 10 to 6, right beside Duck Donuts in Greenville.
The holiday season is here, and Sam Jones Barbecue will take the stress off of your brain and put some goodness on your table this year with our special meal packages. This is Sam Jones, and our Thanksgiving heat and serve meal packages include whole smoked turkey breast, mac and cheese, green bean casserole, baked beans, and 12 potato muffins, including whole pecan pie and a ball of our sweet barbecue sauce. Place your order now at samjonesbarbecue.com and plan your time for convenient curbside pickup. From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Join us immediately after tonight's game between the Pirates and the Bearcats for the one and only U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. Coach Rick Smith will be in the studio and we'll be taking your calls on the Fixed NC Live line at 317-1250, plus reading your Facebook Live comments and your tweets at PR927FM. When the fourth quarter ends, it's the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show right here on the Voice of the Pirate Nation. And congratulations to Jimmy Mendenhall of Greensboro, picked up a case of Bud Light and a gift card courtesy of Parker's Barbecue. Clip? Yes.
Some terrifying noises from my
emanating
childhood
from
there.
Crystal Lake.
That is right.
Should have busted out Gruesome Deathman.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing on this Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I don't know. Congratulations to our winner there. Ronnie will be a winner in just a little bit because we do have some Parker's Barbecue here inside the Pirate Radio studios. Hooked us up with some large combinations today. So fried chicken, barbecue, sides, corn sticks, hush puppies, tea. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue, 3 locations. You can check them out and enjoy that tonight while you watch the Pirates take on Cincinnati. Got Ronnie here for a few more minutes. And again, I don't know. I feel like by at this point in the week, Ronnie, I've covered the game from every single angle. Have we missed anything? Like,
have we missed
special teams? I hadn't talked much special teams this week. By the way, the Tulane special teams were talked about a lot going into that game. They were as advertised.
Yeah, that punter, he had a big role in the game.
And their guys getting downfield, down in the ball inside the 5. That happened back-to-back possessions and just set ECU back for, I think, the first half both of those times.
Their gunners had to be the fastest people on the team. They were going down there and catching the punt.
Yeah, right.
Insane.
Out of the air. It was crazy.
And it plays into, again, Tulane's kind of deal, field position, I think, especially in the middle quarters, the second quarter especially, played a big role in that whole shift toward Tulane was special teams. Yeah, that backed up for sure. Tonight, I couldn't tell you anything about Cincinnati special teams.
How about ECU special teams? Are we getting closer to breaking one? Nah.
Punt or kickoff?
Either. Or.
Because the kickoff, Tyler Snead had one last year against South Florida. The opening kickoff, right?
What happens first, a punt return touchdown or a kickoff return touchdown? Well, I feel like there's a lot of touchbacks, though, in the kickoff.
Yeah, but I think it's harder now to do it with punt returns.
Yeah.
Well, you don't get as many chances either.
Yeah, how many times is Cincinnati going to punt?
Yeah. Well, just in general, you don't. No matter the opponent, they can kick it out of bounds or I feel like you get more kickoff chances, opportunities than punts. But
they're going to need something like that, and they're going to need something like the UCF and Tulsa games where early in the first quarter your defense gives you a chance to stay in the game.
Yeah,
and against Tulsa, I mean, heck, we really didn't do a great job of taking advantage of that with the 2 fumbles in the first half. But there's a scenario where I could see this defense coming out with their hair on fire and putting ECU in good spots to score points. That's exactly how they were able to kind of stay in there and take a lead against Tulsa.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say when we said, what have we not touched on? Whatever, the turnover factor I think is huge early. And that's the crazy thing about the Tulsa game is ECU fumbled it twice and had a great half. It was such an aberration, I feel like, to some extent, just the way that played out. I don't think, obviously, they can do that tonight. If they turn the ball over early, especially in the first quarter, I think that's just kind of the not the recipe you want for an upset, obviously, is to do that.
Kind of weird about last week, too, where you get basically blown out by Tulane, but you don't turn the ball over until the game was pretty much over there in the end. Holton Ahlers fumbled, and that dude recovered and stood there like a statue, which was hilarious. Last week was not like turnovers killed us. It was they couldn't move the ball, couldn't get first downs. And also, something I mentioned with Jeff Charles earlier in the show, Ronnie, a ton of penalties last week for ECU that they can't have tonight.
Well, and the first drive was easy. I think it was 10
right
plays, 75 yards, or 10 and 70 touchdown. and then it was just stagnant from there. So yeah, I mean that's again, I don't know how much we've talked about it or you might have this week, but I think the first quarter or so is big for ECU, like it is with any situation where you're like, you know, any big underdog when you're on the road playing against a top 10 type team, you got to build some belief momentum early. So that's something definitely to watch for. And again, the turnover factor, I think is important. You know, not only ECU not turning it over, but maybe creating, you know, blocking a punt, getting us a return, getting a punt return touchdown out of nowhere. I mean, you know, something like that to kind of get some tricky things going early would be huge, obviously, for the Pirates.
And as good as Ritter's been, as good as he's getting now, I still don't, like, he doesn't scare me as a passer, really. So.
All right, Clip.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Clip.
I did
Calm
it.
down.
That was not me.
All right.
I
Clip,
did it.
You've done it.
Oh, no.
Not me.
Ritter's going
Cameron's going to be calling in about you tonight.
Yeah.
Clip saying Ritter doesn't scare him as a passer is blasphemous.
He does have. He's a little turnover prone, and it's been in his career. And obviously, we saw it here in Greenville last week when we looked at the numbers. He wasn't a good passer in that game. You know,
stats don't lie.
Yeah,
the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, we're not making that
Relax,
up. It's
people.
Just, he's been turnover prone at times.
Yeah. And my point was going to be get them into 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, and see what happens.
Yeah. Yep.
What's going to happen is he's going to run it for a first down.
Or hit one of those tight ends.
But we need to get him throwing the football, I think, on 3rd and long situations. It doesn't mean it's going to lead to success. It is the most likely outcome for success for ECU's defense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now I'm scared to say anything.
He has a tendency to throw some picks. So
yeah.
I was going to say in that Tulsa game, a lot of the success on the defensive side of the ball was all those blitz packages that Blake Harrell brought. And, I mean, that had that early Warren Saba interception early in the game, which was very big. So maybe the Pirates can do something like that tonight, you know, put some pressure on Ritter. But like we talked about earlier, you kind of get worried about putting too much pressure on the outside edges and letting him run. But y'all talked about it. The numbers don't lie. He's liable to throw a pick here and there, so put some pressure on Ritter, and maybe the Pirates can come up with a big interception. But once you get that ball back, you got to capitalize, and that's kind of hard to do with a defense like Cincinnati has.
Yeah, they need a defensive touchdown tonight if they want to win.
Yeah,
I would be nervous to blitz him as a defensive coordinator. As much as we've seen of Blake Harrell, I think he's a kitchen sink guy. He's just going to go after him. And we saw them bring, you know, DBs and linebackers and everybody against Tulsa. I expect an aggressive defense like that tonight.
Yeah, Harrell loves the defensive back, like corner, even some corners. But I've seen, you know, Daquan McMillan and Malik Fleming.
The problem with those, they seem to take forever. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of getting there.
Yeah.
Like some of those corner blitzes, they take forever for the guy to get there, and by the time he is there, the ball's already thrown.
Yeah.
I feel like Blake Harrell's done a pretty good job of dialing those up this year.
Yeah, and it's a timing thing. You can see it's tough to see it tonight, like on TV, but when you're at the actual game, it can get a field kind of view. You can see the corner obviously is, or even if it's a nickel back, you know, or a safety or whatever, you're lining up on a receiver. And you kind of, I mean, we see it all the time. You know, you kind of scoot, like you're trying to time the snap.
Yeah.
And you're trying to, you know, so like sometimes you give it away early and they can notice it and kind of check out of it or whatever. But
which was a problem last week.
Exactly.
And you asked Coach Houston about that.
Yeah. So blitzing is it's a timing thing. And you got to think if ECU, and clearly it's kind of out there, if they're known as a blitz, different guys, blitz happy type teams will do that. You know, you do the fake snap, you know, or whatever, and try and see what's going on. Then you regroup. You look to the sideline.
Yeah.
Check with me is what Houston called it, that type of move. Teams might do that more and more to try and offset or see some of ECU's blitzes.
Ronnie Woodward joining us. Ronnie, thanks for hanging out, man.
You got it.
Enjoy the Parkers in the back.
I'm about to.
Go grab you some food. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll check in with DG, David Glenn. He'll join us on the Fixed NC Live line. We'll get his thoughts on ECU Cincinnati. Also talk about the ACC week ahead. That and more when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back after this.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers.
Tiebreakers is open every day at 11 a.m. Follow Tiebreakers on Facebook and Instagram for daily updates.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
Summertime is here with hot temperatures, thunderstorms, and hurricanes. It's easy to recognize pests invading your home, but a lot of people forget about moisture destroying your home's crawl space. Pest Tech is celebrating its 20th year protecting your homes using dehumidifiers, professional-grade liners, and most importantly, our licensed and highly trained technicians. Visit pesttechofgreenville.com for a free estimate on moisture control and the other silent destroyer, termites. Trust your home to the best. Pest Tech of Greenville, your East Coast exterminating professionals. University PC Care has been the Pirate Nation's go-to IT expert since 2006. Unfortunately, many organizations today simply react to IT issues after the damage is done. This is known as the break-fix cycle in the tech service industry. University PC Care's Business Services Division has a better way, a proactive solution called BizCare. What's at your office? Call William at University PC Care today to schedule your free BizCare consultation or learn more at universitypccare.com.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Get your sports weekend started at Familia. Every Thursday, Familia has $2 drafts all day. Stop by with your friends and family for some New York-style pizza and have an ice-cold $2 draft. Sunday brunch is the best for food and family. Come and enjoy favorites like shrimp and grits, made-to-order omelets, French toast, and drink specials like $3 mimosas, beer mimosas, or $5 Bloody Marys. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College and FamiliaNC.com.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are rolling right along here, getting you ready for a 7:30 kickoff. About an hour, 10 minutes to go until the Pirates and Bearcats get underway on ESPN2. Don't forget, we're with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Rick Smith will be alongside late night. Looking forward to late night Rick Smith. You can give us a call after the game. We'll be taking your calls until the last caller is served. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line now and talk to DG, David Glenn, who joined on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. David, how you doing this Friday evening?
I am doing great, Clip. Good to be with you again.
Absolutely. We always appreciate your time, David, and we're hoping you can come on tonight and give us some positive vibes and some a reason or two the Pirates are going to stay in this football game tonight against the 7th-ranked team in the country. So, DG, you got anything for us?
Not a lot. I'm not feeling it on Friday the 13th, and I probably wouldn't be feeling it even if I didn't have any superstitions along those lines. Cincinnati, we knew all along, was probably going to be one of the best teams on the Pirates' schedule, and they've lived up to that. And they're well coached by Luke Fickell, who kind of learned his trade at Ohio State. For a while, if we had this conversation a month ago, Clip, I might have said, the Bearcats haven't found their offense. Maybe you can create some turnovers. Maybe they start panicking on national TV and feel, their season slipping away if the Pirates got a little bit of a lead. But now Cincinnati's improved its offense, and their defense has been good all along. So the Pirates are going to have to play their best game of the season if they're going to have a chance to shock the world tonight.
No doubt about it. And Cincinnati's looking to win this game, David, and also they are looking to be one of the four names called for the college football playoff. I was trying to think of scenarios earlier this week, and without Bama losing and Ohio State losing and a lot happening, I just don't think they're going to get the invite. And, it's a shame. Luke Fickell was asked about it earlier this week. Should you expand the playoffs? And, of course, his answer is yes. We'll see if he's the future Ohio State coach one day, what his answer is. But he says yes. And for Cincinnati, BYU, David, the story's going to be that they could end up undefeated and not have an opportunity to play for a title this year.
Yeah, and I've always been an advocate, I think, as most people know, first of a playoff, but also of an 8-team playoff. And there's a lot of different ways to do it, but it would be more inclusive, and it would allow for, every year somebody from outside the Power 5 to claim one of those spots. And if there happen to be two, like a BYU and a Cincinnati this year, if they keep winning, maybe even two of those 8 slots. That's not the system we have. Alabama's going to be there. Ohio State's probably going to be there. Both of them, you can say again. I think Clemson's going to beat Notre Dame in an ACC title game matchup where the Tigers get revenge on the Fighting Irish. So, probably that Clemson team, even with a loss, given the details of that loss, missing so many key players, the Tigers will probably be there again. That only leaves one spot for whoever you think, Wisconsin, Oregon, BYU, Florida, Cincinnati, and there are others. And you know how this goes. They're going to want to see your best wins. And I don't know if the best wins of the team like Cincinnati are going to match up to some of those others.
David, a few games in the ACC I want to ask you about. First up, Notre Dame coming off that win over Clemson. Do they have their slip up at Chestnut Hill? Does it come a couple weeks later in Chapel Hill? Or is this Brian Kelly and Notre Dame's year? Can they take this to the ACC title game and win or lose, potentially get into a playoff? What do you think about the Irish?
I think the Irish are going to end up in that ACC title game, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody surprised them somewhere along the way. They're at BC this weekend. Fun trivia, the last time Notre Dame beat the number 1 team in the country, which of course they just did Clemson this past weekend, the previous time they beat number 1, their following opponent was Boston College, and they lost the game in an upset. So anyone who believes in history repeating itself, Boston College has confidence under its first-year head coach, Jeff Hafley, who actually also came from Ohio State. They're not a bad football team. They're kind of middle of the ACC pack. They're obviously looking at Notre Dame as kind of its Super Bowl. So you never say never. Notre Dame's the better team. I just think the Irish could slip up, at BC or at Carolina or at Wake Forest later this year and still make the ACC title game. Because if you only slip up once, the way it looks right now, that's going to be good enough to get them there. And that's what they want to see. Their one and only season as a full-time football member. They want it to end in the ACC title game. I think the bigger question is, can they get there undefeated? Because that's, I think, the only realistic way that they can end up in the college football playoff.
DG, looking at North Carolina, Wake Forest, they're going to light up the scoreboard coming up on Saturday. Maybe it's because I paid attention to the first 2 Wake Forest games and have not paid attention to them since. They're pretty quiet 4-2 to me. I saw them play against Clemson and NC State, and they've kind of been off the radar. But can they challenge the Tar Heels coming up on Saturday, or if nothing else, help them, get that over? Total sitting at 68 for this game. They're expecting a lot of points.
Yeah, and it is going to be a shootout in all likelihood. Sam Hartman's a really good quarterback for the Deacons. Obviously, Sam Howell is a brilliant quarterback for the Tar Heels, and neither defense is great. So the strengths are similar offensively. The vulnerability is similar defensively, hence the high over-under. I do think the Tar Heels are better. I think they have even more firepower. I think they're a little better on defense, but you can't assume anything. Carolina, was shocked by Virginia and shocked by a really bad Florida State team. This game is in Chapel Hill, so maybe that'll make it a little bit different. I'd pick the Heels to win, but I just don't think Carolina's strong enough defensively to assume a victory in a game like this.
And finally, David, a bit of a pick'em going on in Blacksburg. How about Liberty last week and what they did in Charlottesville? We'll see, in Blacksburg. We'll see if the Hokies can bounce back against, again, a bit off my radar, Miami's ninth in the country, and they are underdogs in this game at Virginia Tech. This will be a good one coming up at noon on Saturday. What's your take on Miami and Virginia Tech?
It's actually a lot like that Wake Carolina game you described very accurately, Clint. It's going to be a shootout.
Yeah.
De'Ara King, the transfer quarterback for the Hurricanes, has been phenomenal. And after not playing at the beginning of the season, Hendon Hooker, the Hokies quarterback, has been really, really good. For those who haven't seen Virginia Tech, don't envision old-fashioned Beamer ball with those tough Bud Foster defenses. This is Justin Fuente's offense, and kind of hold on for dear life defensively. So we'll see. I think it's an even matchup. It is in Blacksburg. The Hokies are good enough to put up a big number. And heck, NC State almost beat Miami. Virginia Tech is better than NC State, so I think that's what Vegas is looking at when they put up a number like that.
A lot of high totals in the Atlantic Coast Conference this weekend. Should make for some fun football. Louisville, Virginia in the 60s. Florida State, NC State sitting at a 60 total. So they're not expecting much defense to be played in the ACC this weekend. David, always appreciate talking about what's going on and going over games with you. We appreciate it as always, and we'll talk to you again next Saturday as ECU gets ready for another noon kickoff against Temple, your Philly guys up there. We'll talk to you then.
Thanks, Clip. Always good to be with you, bud. Enjoy the game.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. There's David Glenn joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. We'll take a timeout, come back, and wrap up Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We got more coming your way after this.
It's bow time.
The barbecue sandwich from Bojangles is back. Wait, Bojangles has barbecue?
Yeah, keep going.
Well, okay then. We're talking tender pulled pork with a tangy Carolina vinegar kick. Unforgettably topped with our country coleslaw, all on perfectly toasted buns. So if you're like me and missed it last time, get your hands on a barbecue sandwich combo pronto.
It's bow time. If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor, or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
When you don't have time to go to lunch, let Jimmy John's deliver lunch to you. With Jimmy John's, we can get a freaky fresh sandwich to you freaky fast. Click to order at jimmyjohns.com. Dinner's great. It's one of your top 3 favorite meals. You just don't want to have to make it. Well, with Jimmy John's, you don't have to. Whether you live in a sandwich delivery zone or head into the store, you can always get a freaky fresh sandwich. Click to order at jimmyjohns.com.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube and search Pirate Radio TV and subscribe. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, I heard something earlier in the show, and I was going to say, is that blank? And now I'm going to say it for this one. Is this Beetlejuice?
You are correct, sir.
All right, good. All right, thought so.
Well done.
Shirley playing some freaky themes here on this Friday the 13th. It's East Carolina and Cincinnati set to go. An hour from now on ESPN2. We'll talk about that one and some other action going on tonight and this weekend in the world of football with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau from Barstool Sports. Big man, how you doing tonight?
How are you, Clip?
Hey, doing great. Folks are in the football mood right now, Jeff, but if you're out there and ready for a college basketball primer, there's none better than the one Jeff Nadeau put out earlier this week. You can find it if you follow him on Twitter at JeffNADU. You can find the link there, but it's a long Barstool Sports blog, Jeff, looking at every conference, and you talk about your winner and a dark horse in every league. And I read that, Jeff, and it got me fired up for some hoops.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Clip. I spent a lot of time on that. It's about 8,400 words, so it was definitely a long undertaking. But it's something that improves me as a handicapper, and it's something that people can reference. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the season, and I'm excited about ECU basketball. I wasn't able to include them just because I can't include every team, but I'm pretty high on Jalen Gardner and Joe Dooley's group.
I think you talked about a couple of Texas teams, right? Houston to win it, and keep an eye on SMU.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm going.
Yeah.
I think the AAC could be fun, though. Could be a fun year for plenty of sleepers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very deep conference, and now with everything happening at Wichita, that kind of opens up a spot potentially for somebody else. Let's look at ECU tonight. The line has really settled in for days now at 27.5, total at 56.5. I'm going kind of against the grain here, just like I did when ECU took on Tulsa. I'm going ECU team total over 14. It's scary. But they were able to get some points against Tulsa when Tulsa wasn't allowing a lot of points. Last year, they scored 43 against Cincinnati. I don't need 43 tonight. I need 17. I need 20. Give me that, Pirates. Jeff, I know you're down on ECU after what you saw last week, but this has been kind of a schizophrenic team. When you're down on them, they seem to play better. I know it's going to take a lot to get to anything over 14 points tonight, looking back at what Cincinnati's done. But I'm going to say the Pirates put up 17 on the board. I'm looking at like 42-17, 44-17, something like that. What kind of outcome are you looking at tonight for this matchup?
Yeah, I remember last year I texted you during this game, and I said, where does this come from? And because at that point, no one had really done anything to Cincinnati, and no one's really done anything to Cincinnati this season. But I think your play is actually quite a good one, to be real with you. You look at Cincinnati, you kind of figure that they're really good against the pass and against the run. Look, against the run, they're 7th in the country in yards per rush. So, look, if you're Mike Houston, you've got to stop with this charade of trying to run the football. You're not going to run the football against this team. What did they do last year to almost beat Cincinnati? They threw the football. They got their weapons involved. They took shots down the field. And you look at Cincinnati, very good against the run, but against the pass, 31st. I mean, you've barely had teams play. Up until a week ago, only 75 teams had played. So while Cincinnati's good, I don't think they're, impossible to throw the ball against. And, ECU's going to have to realize they're probably going to have to throw the ball 50 times tonight to have a shot. And it worked last year. You've got to get the ball in T.J. Johnson's hands, Snead, Blake Prohl. You got to stop with this charade. You got to try to establish the run, because what's going to happen when you do that is Cincinnati's going to go up 14-0, and they're not going to look back. So, Mike Houston's got to be, obviously very vigorous in his play calling. They've got to take shots down the field and let Holton Ahlers wing the ball around.
Jeff, the other action going on tonight, one Big Ten matchup. Iowa on the road is a favorite against Minnesota. That total at 58. Also, battle of the FUs. You got FAU, FIU. FAU, a 9.5-point road favorite, total at 42.5 in that one. How about the other two Friday night matchups? You got anything going on?
Yeah, I don't have anything on FAU, FIU. The other game, though, pretty interesting. You have two teams that, one in Minnesota that's obviously had to kind of go through it this year with some of the COVID stuff, but all in all, has had most of their high level players, and they've struggled defensively. They're not very good, but they do have plenty of weapons with obviously Morgan at quarterback and Bateman and Ibrahim. Something tells me Iowa takes control here. We know they're always very good defensively. I don't think that's changed this year. It's going to be cold. It's going to be tough. It's going to be rugged out there. But, yeah, I think Iowa will do enough. They're obviously going to keep the ball on the ground, look to establish that. But, Spencer Petras is obviously thrown it a ton, though, too. You look at the first two games for Iowa, he's thrown the ball 89 times, which is a little out of the realm of what they normally do. But, against a team this week that I don't think it really stopped the run or the pass, I think Iowa, pushes 30, probably exceeds 30. I think they win this game, 31-21, 31-23, something like that. I think they find a way. But to me, Clip, the best play on the board tonight is the over in the Cincinnati ECU game. I think Cincinnati gets in to the 40s, sadly, and ECU, as you said, kind of hits 17 or 20.
Yeah.
And Clip, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, the last three games between these two teams, we've seen 60 points in all of them, actually more than 60 points. So I think we see a pretty high-scoring game here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm figuring. Jeff, how about as we go into Saturday and Sunday, what is really standing out to you college football, NFL-wise, if you got a play or two you could give us?
Yeah, I played Washington State, Oregon over 57.5. I think a lot of people might be scared off when they're looking at the weather, but truth of the matter is they're playing this game early out on the West Coast, and weather should be fine until later at night. Oregon was able to move the ball. They'll be able to move the ball this week. Washington State wasn't exactly, good defensively last week against a pretty poor quarterback in Tristan Gebbia in Oregon State. And if you know anything about me, I really like this quarterback at Washington State, Jaden DeLora. They were able to really move the ball. I think they'll be able to move the ball here as well. This game kind of screamed, 35, 27, 37, 28, something like that. I don't know how good Oregon is defensively. And as we know with Washington State, that run and shoot offense, they're never really out of a game. So I played the over. It's not real high. All you need is 58. I also like Arkansas a little bit against Florida. Arkansas 6-0 against the numbers, an underdog this year. They played really well. They played good defensively. And, Florida, this isn't a vintage clip Florida defense. Kyle Pitts is well out on offense for them. So I'm willing to think Arky can hang around here. I thought this was a little too many.
Yeah, I've already won a couple with the Razorbacks this year, and I had Florida last week, so I'm trying to figure out which way to go on that one. I've been really impressed with what Arkansas has been able to do with Pittman here as their coach. I tell you what, Jeff, how about NFL-wise? We mentioned Eagles-Giants, that line going up in the favor of the Eagles a little bit. How about for our Panthers fans tuned in, Jeff? Anything on Panthers-Bucks coming up for Sunday?
Real quick, I'll throw one more in college. Just Temple UCF over. Anthony Russo back, should be all systems go for points in that game. But yeah, the NFL, it's funny you mentioned the Panthers. I actually love the Panthers this week. I'm very high on them here against in this game here against the Bucks. I think if you're looking at this game, most NFL square bettors are going to look at it and say, well, the Bucks lost last week and they got killed. They'll beat the Panthers. First of all, it's a road game. I think we have to realize the Bucs are solid. I don't think they're great. I think they have some concerns offensively, and defensively they were destroyed last week. The Panthers just continue to fight and get better and better and better. They really don't get blown out, Clip, ever. I thought they were really good last week. McCaffrey got another week healthy under his belt. Teddy Bridgewater's been terrific. I think they're starting to figure things out. I know last week they didn't figure out, but nobody figures it out against the Chiefs. I like the Panthers a lot here. This is a stone-cold pro-Joe matchup. Pros will be on the Panthers. Squares will be on the Bucs. This number's actually come down as well. I very much like the it looks like McCaffrey will be out there this week.
Yeah.
It definitely hurts. But all in all, they've still been able to hang in games with Curtis Samuel and guys like that.
Interesting. All right, Panthers fans around here will enjoy hearing that. Big man, always enjoy talking to you on an ECU game day. Have a great weekend, and we'll check in with you Monday on Pirate Radio Live.
Good luck to ECU. Thanks, Clip. Appreciate it.
All right, there is the BMOC, Jeff Nadeau, joining us. I saw Brian Bailey walk in, and I think he went straight to the back. For the Parker's Barbecue, they have hooked us up with some awesome pregame food. You can enjoy it for your game day food, or maybe a Saturday watching college football all day. Eating Parker's Barbecue, not a bad idea either. They hooked us up with some large combinations: the barbecue, the chicken, the sides, hush puppies, corn sticks, and Bailey got himself some tea from Parker's Barbecue. Pro move there. Thanks to Parker's. Check them out online, parkersbbq.com. They ship nationwide. Ask about their delivery options as well. We'll take a timeout, come back. Brian Bailey joins us to talk some Pirate football when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're back.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Banking is banking until service is not the same. This is Eric Clark from Select Bank and Trust, and this year has been unusual, but we have continued to focus on what has always been important to us, our customers. When businesses needed access to the Paycheck Protection Program, our team of local bankers worked around the clock to successfully keep our customers open and their employees working. Wouldn't you like to deal with a bank that is responsive to your needs, can make local decisions, and cares about you, the customer? We are Select Bank and Trust. Bank local, bank select.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar in Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-styled restaurant and bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and the best burgers around. Check out the spicy mahi risotto or the bourbon pecan salmon. Wednesday night is date night. 2 salads, an appetizer, a bottle of wine, 2 entrees, and a dessert for just $55. Thursday is ladies' night with $5 martinis and special apps. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. The Rick House.
This is assistant football coach Drew Dudzik, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Double B, Brian Bailey, here with us in the studio. As you can hear the Brian Bailey Show and watch the Brian Bailey Show on Facebook Live and YouTube Live every Monday at noon. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt here as well, the big dog Glenn Griffin.
Chandler's got the great hat on too, man. I love that hat.
That's the Skip hat.
Yeah, I lost mine. I can't find it.
Looking like Skip tonight. The Skip era East Carolina football hat that he is rocking. We hope to see some Skip level defense and some high powered offense coming up tonight, Bailey, when the Pirates take on Cincinnati. Luke Fickell and the Bearcats, a well-oiled machine heading into tonight's contest.
Yeah, you told me when you sat down, you said, tell me something I don't know. So I'm going to tell you. Donnie Kirkpatrick will be on the Brian Bailey Show on Monday. You didn't know that, did you?
I'm looking forward to Monday.
It'll be fun on Monday.
Sometimes Mondays are hard to get excited about, not this time.
Yeah, this time it'll be fun. And we'll see what happens tonight and see how much fun it can be. But yeah, you're right. This Bearcat team is just loaded. They're very, very good defensively. It's really a surprise. Last year when we saw, nobody expected what we saw in that 46-43 game last year. And that was the kind of the coming out party for Donnie's offense, from last season. So hopefully they know something that maybe Cincinnati hadn't figured out yet. They're big underdogs. I thought the spread would be somewhere in the 18-19 category. I didn't think it would be 4 touchdowns, but it's been a solid 4 touchdowns all week, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think I said like 21.5, 23.5, but it went up to 27.5, and it's kind of set there, Bailey. And that's where it sits right now as the Pirates big underdogs tonight in Cincinnati. I asked this to Igo earlier, and we're unable to kind of be around the team and the players this year, Bailey, but you do the coach's show. You're around Mike Houston a little bit. What kind of week do you think it's been at practice for these guys? It's been a shorter week, but coming off that disappointing loss, what kind of week has it been for the players and coaches?
I think things were better. We were with Coach Houston on Monday, and they had practice, and so he said the guys were flying around. They were very enthusiastic. When I got to the show Monday night, I could hear some of the practice going on and watched 5 minutes of it, and I could tell the guys were running around, flying around, having a good time. So the thing that I really like about this team, and they may only go through the season with one win. That's what the road they're on right now, obviously. But every time you talk to any of the coaches, and especially Coach Houston, you hear the same thing, that they have a team now that likes to practice. They have a team now that likes to be together. And, in this COVID era, obviously they can't be together like they would like to be. But still, that's very encouraging. And Coach Houston every week sits down and says, we are light years from where we were last year, and I believe that. I believe when he inherited this situation that it was a total train wreck, and the first thing he had to do was change the culture, and the culture is changing.
Shirley, do you have the latest Mike Houston cuts we ran in the week? I want to play cut 2 because he was asked about how do you motivate your guys when you're not playing for a bowl? What are you playing for the rest of this year? I thought he had some interesting thoughts on that. Here's Mike Houston from this week.
They all came to college to play football, and that's why they're here. And you play the game to win. You compete. Everything around our program is competing, and certainly we're building a culture. We're less than 2 years into, but we're building a culture where you compete daily and you compete weekly on the gridiron. Saturday, Friday night, right here. So it doesn't matter who you're playing. I don't care if it's Cincinnati. I don't care if it's Alabama. I don't care if it's Gardner-Webb. Whoever it is, when we take the field, we're going to compete. And certainly, you have to go through some growing pains and some things through this. But the biggest thing I was disappointed in last week was I did not think we played our best. And part of that I think comes from our preparation. I think part of that comes from, guys understanding this conference, particularly the new guys we have, that every single team in this conference is a solid football team. So, there's not a whole lot of convincing. I mean, I told them what style play I think we got to play to win the game Friday night. We've laid out our game plan for them. They've put in the work this week, and now for the next 48, 50 some hours, however long it is, to 7:30 Friday night, we got to, get our legs under us, get some rest, take care of our bodies, make sure we're fueled up, hydrated up, because it is going to be a backyard brawl Friday night. I mean, it's going to be one of those where it's going to be a fight now, and we're preparing for that kind of game.
As a fan, Bailey, if Washington, like they did last week, throws an interception, I can turn the channel, I can yell and scream and moan about it for hours or days. And if they start losing games, I can not pay attention to them for a week or two. As a player, you got to move on every play, every game, every week. And how do you avoid getting your brains beat in the next week? Well, you show up, you have a good week of practice. It really sounds like, despite results not going their way, they are showing up. They are putting it all in, all the effort in, and getting ready and preparing for each week. And it feels like they've done that this week. And I know they got a head coach that does that every week.
Well, you look at what they're going through, and Coach Houston said, we're only in year 2 of changing this culture, but really they're not even in year 2. They're in like year 1.2 or something like that, because they didn't have...
We're in phase
right
1.7.
Exactly. You didn't have any spring practice. You didn't have any summer camp type stuff that Big John is known for, getting guys in shape, ready to go, and all of that hard work that happens then is part of changing the culture. And so they missed out on all of that. So I still think we're in the infant stages of what we're seeing with this program. And Coach Houston said it in that soundbite. He said every single team in this league, has a good football program. Got rid of UConn. And it's like you may get a couple of teams that have off years, but every other game is going to be a dogfight. It's just going to be a fight at the OK Corral. You got to be ready to buckle up and play. And he wants to build a physical type team. He wants to run the football downhill. Obviously, he wants to throw it around the ball yard as well. And he's still just trying to get all those pieces in place. The complicated part, the frustrating part, I think, for fans is sometimes it seems like the Pirates try to run the football at will. And when they can't, where do you stop it? Where do you say, okay, let's just flip it around?
Sling it,
Let's just sling it, because it's not working. I think that's a little bit frustrating at times. But I'll ask Donnie that on Monday if at some point when you look at it and say, okay, it's not, because you look at the offensive line, they've come a long way this year, but they've lost a couple of key players to injuries, and then they've had to regroup with that, and I think they've really played well at times.
Yeah, and Donnie even said last week they had to finally kind of scrap the run late in the game, but they have shown they'll stick with it, and that they try to do whatever they can to run the football, and we've seen how much that has helped out the passing game. When you look at South Florida, especially when you look at Tulsa, the way they're able to run and throw, and they're going to have to. They didn't do a great job last year running the ball against Cincinnati, and still had over 500 passing yards. So
CJ had most of them, didn't he?
That is correct. He had a monster game last year.
Yeah,
Bailey,
see that again.
Break out the Lloyd Christmas. So you're telling me there's a chance ESPN FPI, I guess, gives them a 6% chance to win tonight.
That's not a good chance, is it?
If they play play this game 100 times, ECU will win 6 of them. Maybe tonight's one of those 6.
Yeah, could be. Could be one of those 6. But there is a path to victory, as we talked about earlier this week.
That's right.
If Cincinnati does come into this game, you got to remember, this Cincinnati Bearcat team has won 18 straight at home at Nippert Stadium, which is unheard of, really, in college football, to win that many games in a row at home. And so you've got a team that is very confident. If they come out cocky, if they come out, it's senior night, maybe they're a little emotional. Who knows? If you get off to a good start, the longer you can hang around in a game like this, is just like the Tulsa game. The longer you can hang around, the more of a shot that you've got.
I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you said that, Bailey. I did figure something out that we haven't talked about this week.
What you got?
When I think about Cincinnati and Luke Fickell and Nippert Stadium, it reminds me of when you went to, the conference?
Newport, Rhode Island.
For the
American Athletic Conference, Media Days.
And you said you talked to Luke Fickell and asked him, have you know anything about these stadiums here in the AAC? And he said, I hadn't been to my stadium yet.
That was one of the craziest interviews I've ever had with somebody, because literally, what I try to do when I go up there is try to get some sound bites talking about East Carolina. Well, I knew Coach Fickell that was his first year at Cincinnati, so I didn't know if he even knew anything about East Carolina. So I said something about Greenville and Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium, and he was like, you know what? I don't know anything about those folks, and I don't know anything about Nippert Stadium. I don't even know how to get to Nippert Stadium yet. So he had to.
And I was like, well, who is this guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Does he know what he's doing?
It seemed like he was kind of aloof, and he wasn't disrespectful. He was respectful. He was like, I hadn't even thought about it. I'm just kind of here answering questions about the Bearcat. I don't know much about my own team. I don't even know how to get to the stadium. But man, he's built a powerhouse.
Don't base your thoughts on what Bailey tells you about the coaches because
don't do it.
Because Fickle didn't know where he was.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
He was a little fickle.
Charlie Strong, one of your favorite guys ever. Such a great guy.
I like Charlie,
and he is still a great guy. Just couldn't get it done at South Florida.
Get it done in South Florida.
So you can learn a lot or a little.
Skip was a great guy and did wonders here and couldn't get it done in South Florida either. So.
Good point. Yeah. Nobody can get it done in South Florida except Jim Levitt, I guess. Yeah, the first guy to do it there. Willie Taggart did get it done. And look where he's at now. He's playing tonight as the coach of FAU.
Isn't that something?
He's been on some world travels since running up the sport.
Life moves really fast.
Yeah, in the coaching world, you can't figure it out. All right, let's and look, Luke Fickle, as Jeff Charles said, has had an opportunity to take other jobs, including Michigan State.
Michigan State was up, yeah.
And he's in a much better spot right now at Cincinnati than they are with Sparty. So. Yeah. I wonder if he's sitting around waiting for Ryan Day to screw up or move on and take that Ohio State job.
It could happen, yeah.
All right, let's take a break, Shirley. We'll come back. More to go with Double B. Brian Bailey here inside the Pirate Radio studios. Did you get some Parkers yet?
No, I just got some tea. Melissa and I are going to get a pizza and watch the game together, so we have a little...
Okay, I will double down on the Parkers then. That's good news for me.
That's fine. You can do that.
All right, we'll take a time out. Come back. More to go on Pirate Radio Live. Back with you after this.
At Tiebreakers, we admit we have a bit of a problem. People love our wings so much that they're starting to sell their home TVs just so they can watch all the sporting events here at Tiebreakers. Seriously, we're glad you love our hand-breaded, hand-cut boneless wings that much, but we really need you to go home at the end of the night. It's okay, we'll be here tomorrow, and when you come back, bring a friend with you. For great food, great friends, and cold beer, we'll see you at Tiebreakers. Tiebreakers, break the chain, eat local.
Hey, Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and get things done right with a John Deere tractor package from Quality Equipment. You can't afford to lose on your home turf, so we'll help you get the driveway done right at the right price. Right now, our 1023E driveway package starts as low as $148 per month. So get quality done right before every ECU football weekend. Visit QualityEquip.com. Offer ends 12/31/2020. Subject to approved installment credit with John Deere Financial. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
University Book Exchange, UBE or ECU. University Book Exchange.
UBE and PirateWear.com offers a large selection of ECU apparel. There's a new selection of hats, t-shirts, and tailgate supplies. Plus, the online store at PirateWear.com has been redesigned to serve you better. UBE and PirateWear.com, located in the heart of Uptown Greenville and proud supporters of the Pirates for over 35 years.
With rates being historically low, now is the best time to buy or refinance your home. This is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now is the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250 and 685-842. Equal housing lender.
Introducing new Domino's Carside Delivery. Now when you carry out, you don't even need to leave your car. So you don't have to interrupt your favorite song.
It's time to drive down to the rock show.
Or interrupt your kid's favorite song.
We'll be friends just for one.
You can interrupt this, actually.
Try Domino's Carside Delivery when you carry out 3 topping pizzas for $7.99 each, and we'll carry out your order to your car contact-free. Carry out only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary. Excludes XL and specialty pizzas. Crust availability varies by size. Message and data rates may apply when using Domino's Carside Delivery.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Join us immediately after tonight's game between the Pirates and the Bearcats for the one and only U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. Coach Rick Smith will be in the studio, and we'll be taking your calls on the Fixed NC Live line at 317-1250, plus reading your Facebook Live comments and your tweets at PR927FM. When the fourth quarter ends, it's the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show right here on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, I'll get back to my chicken in just a moment. Tried to get a little Parker's barbecue chicken going during the break, and kind of crept up on me quick, so I had to get back here in the Pirate Radio studios. Bailey, I'll get some football going as well.
Good.
In just a moment, got Iowa and Minnesota in the Big Ten about to play. Also FIU and FAU, some old Conference USA mates going at it tonight. We are talking ECU Cincinnati, and Bailey, again, the Pirates, tough task on offense. Talk about all the passing yards they put up last year. They're going to have to repeat that feat. I asked Igo earlier, and Chandler as well in the show, who has the toughest task tonight? Is it Donnie Kirkpatrick trying to find a way to score against Cincinnati? Is it Blake Harrell going against that dual-threat quarterback and that offense that runs the ball so well in Cincinnati? Who has the toughest job tonight?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Poison.
Yeah, pick your poison is right. You would think that Blake Harrell and company, they've got to keep the Pirates close. I just don't think that the offense is going to be able to crank out 43 points again against that defense. I think two things work against them. One, I think Cincinnati's better this year than they were last year, and two, I think the Cincinnati coaches looked at that tape last year and said, hey, fellas, we can't have what happened in Greenville happen to us again. So I think that's going to be very difficult. So I think Blake Harrell and company have to figure out a way to stop the run and then do what they can against the pass. But Cincinnati's just so good on both sides of the football. I mean, and they've played well all year, and the American obviously wants them to run the table and get a shot, maybe.
Calls?
Well, I wasn't going to go that route. I was just going to say, when you're looking at now, if Tulsa wasn't Friday the 13th, what do you think this was going to be like? I mean, this is Friday the 13th.
Well, that was Halloween when all those calls started going bad.
That's true. So
here we go again.
Another one. It's 2020, so that adds a different layer to it as well.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of going against us tonight. Although something that you've seen, Bailey, over the years, when ECU back against the wall, underdog, chip on the shoulder, all that stuff, that's when the Pirates are their most dangerous. And you throw in a team taking ECU lightly, that's when the Pirates can pull an upset. I don't think this team is going to take ECU lightly, though. Mostly due to what happened last year, but also due to what they have in front of them as far as the best season ever in Cincinnati football history.
And those are two of the things, too. I talked a little bit about, look at the tape from last year, but they've got so much to play for. They can't afford to come out and be flat. I mean, they, in the situation they're in, and we haven't seen a college football playoff ranking yet, but in the situation they're in, they have to come out and look impressive and try to stay in that top 6, top 7, top 8 just to get a chance if other teams lose. The odds of them making the playoffs aren't very good, obviously, because they're in the American. But, what the American needs, and they almost got it this year because there was some talk about the college football playoff expanding to 8, which they probably should have done because that way you don't leave anybody out this year because this is such an odd year. But if they ever go to 8, then the American and some of the other group of 5s, have a much better chance.
I heard Dan Patrick talking about that just this week, that, if you're going to do it for this year. I mean, the NFL.
See how it goes, yeah.
The NFL's talking about expanding the playoffs if the teams aren't able to get in all their games, and baseball expanded playoffs. Yeah. So, this is kind of a different year, a weird year. It'd be a great year to see Cincinnati. Bailey, have you watched BYU this year? Yeah, I mean, they are a machine, and they're going to be left out, too. And
right.
It's unfortunate that you don't get potentially your best teams there in the Final Four, because the ACC, I said it last week on this show, if they had a script they could write, it would be Notre Dame beat Clemson in a classic, Trevor Lawrence return, beat Notre Dame. There's a good chance you're going to get both of those teams in the playoff, and part 1 of that script has been written. We'll see if part 2 comes true.
And that takes 2 of your 4 slots, where if you go to 8, that takes 2 of your 8 slots.
And your other 2 are already in Ohio State, Alabama.
Right.
All they got to do is keep winning.
Yeah.
So if you're the AAC, you want Alabama to trip up somewhere, you want a Big Ten team to knock off Ohio State. Even then
it's a long shot.
One loss, those powers, with undefeated Cincinnati, BYU, I still think they'll take the one-loss teams.
Most likely. And Cincinnati didn't get a chance to play a really good team, in the non-conference, and that would have been. And sometimes, you remember the year UCF, they didn't have a real good win over a Power 5 that year. If they had one of those wins, they might have had a chance. But I think it was one year Houston was undefeated. They beat Oklahoma, and people say if they can run the table, but they didn't. But that's what you got to have. You got to have a big win or two in the non-conference, and then you got to run the table, and then you got to just hope and pray that you end up in that top 4. And the odds are still against you,
Bailey.
American.
How about this sports weekend? We got Pirate football on a Friday night. You got college football and Masters all day Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
You got Masters. One college football game. Did you see that?
At 9 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast.
Yeah, it'll be a nooner here, 9 o'clock a.m. kickoff time. Cal and is it Arizona State? I'll look up the Pac-12 game, but you got that, and then you got a full slate of NFL games coming up. A ton of 4 o'clock games coming up.
Can you imagine getting that call? The athletic director calls, "Hey, we switched the games up this week, and now you got to play this team."
Yeah, at 9
o'clock on Sunday morning. Yeah, yeah.
I hope you're not a deacon at the church this week or doing the offering this week. We're going to need you to be on the football field.
Right.
Coming up. Let me get that game. It was Cal and somebody.
Was it
yeah, it might have been UCLA.
Oh, UCLA and Cal.
Well, this is showing Cal and Arizona State postponed, so they're going to get together.
Glenn told me it was UCLA clip.
Cal and UCLA.
That's what it is, yeah, because that one got canceled. UCLA and Utah got canceled.
Yeah, so I guess Arizona State and Utah were having problems, so Cal and UCLA said, we're free, we'll play.
And they're going Utah and Arizona State are going to meet for brunch and work on the herd immunity for COVID, so they're going to do that too.
Good deal.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of this going on, I think, in basketball, where it's so much easier to reschedule, and so many schools around here, Bailey. We could see a lot of pop-up basketball games.
And you see what the is it the Colonial doing with the double dips? You play 2 games in the same weekend. I mean, that's almost bizarre. Can you imagine playing in the American if they do something like that?
I saw Boston and Holy Cross are scheduled 6 times this year.
Goodness, yeah. It's just a crazy year. We just got to hang on. And right now, we're in a situation we're just lucky to be getting some of these games.
Exactly. We will, as Bailey said, never. He didn't take him for granted before.
I didn't,
and now he certainly
sure don't do it now.
All right, let's get another break in. We'll come back. A little more to go with Brian Bailey. We also got some player interviews to hit as Jeff Charles talked to Nashad Strother and Bruce Bivens. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, about 25 minutes away from kicking things off. We're back with you after this.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit AtlanticWireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Jeff Gibson with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, save over $15,000 off on all new 2020 Cadillac Escalades. Remember, Brown & Wood is the home for the lifetime powertrain warranty for all makes and models.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
This is Dr. Anthony Scalick from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel surgery, general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced and professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East, providing services to ECU and Pitt County athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Ahoy, mateys! To keep those cars clean, you need the Pirates Cove Fast Pass.
The new Pirates Cove Car Wash and Haviland Express Lube on Glen Burnie Road in New Bern is now open. Pirates Cove in New Bern is offering Fast Passes for $9.99 for new Fast Pass customers. You can visit us in Greenville on Fire Tower Road, Memorial Drive, and on East 10th Street. And have you heard? Pirates Cove on Fire Tower Road is now offering interior cleaning.
So we have you surrounded. Pirates Cove, the official car wash partner of ECU Athletics.
Hi, this is Scott Muller with Clean Eats. Carol and I would like to personally thank all of you for supporting Clean Eats so well through these tough times. We are blessed to have such a great community helping us weather the storm. If you're having trouble consistently eating healthy, go to cleaneats.com and click on meal plans and give our tasty and affordable meals a try. Or stop by the cafe for lunch and let us show you just how simple and easy it is to get started and stay on track. Clean Eats, it's a lifestyle. 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Listen to Pirate Radio live every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on 92.7 FM in Greenville and 104.1 FM in Washington, or watch on YouTube or Facebook Live. PRL is hosted by Clip Brock and yours truly and features the latest breaking news, top-notch guests, and all of your favorite Pirate Radio personalities like Troy D. and Ellerby, The Voice Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, Stephen Igo, Billy Weaver, Brian North, Tony Collins, Bryce Williams, Coach Rick Smith, Ronnie Woodward, Morgan Ehlers, Mike Mullis, and more. Join us on Monday starting at 3 o'clock for Pirate Radio Live right here on The Voice of the Pirate Nation. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, thank you, Shirley Rhodes. It is Friday the 13th. What is this theme from, Bailey?
It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
I've heard it. It's not Psycho, is it?
It is Psycho.
Okay.
Psycho?
Yeah.
The original?
Is the original Psycho.
Wow. Yeah, all of a sudden I'm thinking about stabbing you in the shower.
It's better than
if I ever see you in the shower, I will stab you.
That's what I was going to say. Better than just thinking me in the shower, stabbing me in the shower. All right. Get that thought out of Bailey's head there.
Home.
Talk about creepy thoughts.
Yeah.
Rick Smith will be here post-game tonight on the fifth quarter.
And it won't be as late as it was the Tulsa game.
Nah. For a number of reasons, earlier kickoff time, and Cincinnati is going to try to run the football all over the Pirates. We'll see if ECU can run it on Cincinnati coming up tonight, Bailey. But again, this is, I thought UCF might be the most unwinnable game on the schedule. Now that I've been able to watch Cincinnati, this could have crept up there as the toughest game on the schedule for the Pirates. Although, again, you look back at what they did last year, it gives you some hope that the Pirates can move the ball, put some points on the board tonight.
And this is one of those games, though, that a couple of times this year we've seen the Pirates turn the ball over and they overcome some of those early mistakes. You can't overcome them tonight. I mean, if they turn the ball over early tonight, then it could be that 28-point spread because they just can't afford to turn it over. So they've got to. They don't have to play a perfect game to win, but they can't give up any gifts.
And even against Tulsa, and there was a lot of penalties both ways, and you could say the same about last week, that's something the Pirates have to clean up too. A lot of false starts and things like that, a lot of penalties, and you got to, as you said, you got to throw a perfect game tonight if you're ECU. Can't have the turnovers, can't have those penalties moving you behind the sticks, behind the chains.
Yeah, and you got to force some turnovers, which is, cliche at best, but you've got to force some turnovers, and you said those penalties when they back you up, and it's a lot easier to go 1st and 10 and get a first down 9, then 1st and 15, 1st and 20. So they've got to stay away from those the silly penalties, especially. Sometimes when you get a penalty, if you're trying to block somebody downfield, they turn their back a little bit, you get called for a clip. That happens, but you just can't have those penalties, when somebody jumps and false starts, delay of games, that kind of thing.
We have seen C.J. Johnson plays. We have yet to see a C.J. Johnson game.
Right.
Be nice to have one of those tonight, as he has been a bit inconsistent. Donnie Kirkpatrick said this week that he's been a little worn out in the fourth quarter. They're going to do a better job of getting him in and out of the lineup earlier in the game and have him full go in the fourth. But, Bailey, you need your playmakers to step up tonight, and he is one of those guys that we just haven't seen yet this year.
Yeah, and the problem with that is if he's full go in the fourth and you're down 25-30, then he's not going to do you any good. So
good point.
They've got to get him cranked up early. I mean, and if he does get cranked up early, then I think he can sustain it for the entire time. But I think I think he's one of those emotional players that gets out there, and he's had a little issue with that a couple of times this year. I think it's better, but he's got to stay within himself, because he's an excellent football player, but he's just got to stay within himself.
Bailey, what was your score you gave out on the press box?
I think it was 40-24, something like that.
Well, that's what I'm close game.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, I don't think I went 40-14. I think I went closer to 16, 17 point spread. I think maybe Cincinnati. I did pick East Carolina to beat Tulsa, and I really felt strongly about that, and it almost turned out to be a great pick. But this game is just, and again, East Carolina can win this game, but Cincinnati is just so good with so much to play for.
Yeah.
But you see it every year. There are always an instance or two where teams that have so much to play for, maybe they get a little tight. Maybe in the fourth quarter, and they're like, uh-oh, we're about to see our season, everything we wanted is about to get blown up right here. Then they make a key mistake.
Cincinnati has not played a lot of close games this year. Let's put them in that position and see how they handle it. Again, you're not going to have the benefit, if you're Cincinnati, of a rocking crowd at Nippert Stadium. So, I mean, if you're ECU, you go in there with the nothing-to-lose attitude. You've played well during night games this year. I don't know if that means anything, Bailey, but you take everything you can to your advantage when you can, right? I mean, they played good against South Florida, looked good against Tulsa. This will be another night contest for them tonight.
And this would be that statement, game that Mike Houston's looking for. He's talked about
win,
that,
right?
a signature win, that statement game that, to turn this program around. And, and we're always optimistic around here, but if you could get a win tonight, shock the world, and then you come back at home, and you come back on the road against Temple, and that's always been a trouble spot for East Carolina. But Temple's not playing that well right now, and then SMU at the end of the season. So there's still a lot of football out there.
Bailey, thank you for hanging out, man.
Hey, man, enjoyed it, as always.
Enjoy your Friday evening. Enjoy not worrying about the Cowboys on Sunday.
Yeah,
get a week off of that.
I got a week off from that, and see what happens next week. Pirates. The Cowboys get a chance to play the Vikings next week. Vikings have a short week next week. They play Monday night, and then they play Dallas. So,
and then we're getting close to Thanksgiving time, right? Little Washington Cowboys rematch
against WTF.
That'll be
WFT. I get them mixed up.
It depends on the week.
Yeah, exactly. It does.
All right, we'll take a time out. Come back when we return. We got our fantasy picks for you. Who do we think will have a big night tonight? Chandler's giving me some kind of death stare look. Oh, okay, he's thinking. He's thinking. Will anybody have a big week? Big game
Ehlers
tonight?
has the big game. 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 through the air. That's 4.
All right,
that's more than my 24, though, isn't it?
We'll give Bailey Holden Ehlers, because usually the quarterback's off the board for us. But you're a special guest.
I am.
You make your own rules.
I'm special in so many ways.
That you are. Let's say goodbye to our very special guest, Brian Bailey, and we'll make some fantasy picks when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Looking for your next career opportunity? How about some extra cash to help pay for school? Your locally owned and operated Dixon Foods McDonald's is hiring, and they would love to have you as part of the McFamily. They offer flexible hours, competitive pay, and financial support to pursue your education through McDonald's Archways to Opportunity program. Come join the family at McDonald's. Don't let this financial opportunity pass you by. Please visit DixonFoods.com to apply.
Ahoy, mateys! To keep those cars clean, you need the Pirates Cove Fast Pass.
The new Pirates Cove Car Wash and Haviland Express Lube on Glen Burnie Road in New Bern is now open. Pirates Cove in New Bern is offering Fast Passes for $9.99 for new Fast Pass customers. You can visit us in Greenville on Fire Tower Road, Memorial Drive, and on East 10th Street. And have you heard? Pirates Cove on Fire Tower Road is now offering interior cleaning.
So we have you surrounded. Pirates Cove, the official car wash partner of ECU Athletics.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get the latest phones free. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
Does the idea of going to your local U.S. Cellular store make you feel a bit uncomfortable? Tired of the hassle of waiting and wearing a mask? Let Toby Williams and his outside sales team take away that worry. They will come right to your home or office and drop your phone off on the porch or at the front desk for you. Saving you time and worry is what the team at Cellular Warehouse is all about. Call Toby today at 252-799-7051 and let them help you with all of your wireless needs. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent.
Your CBD store in Greenville has the highest quality CBD products in the country. Your CBD store is the first and only brand that carries USDA certified organic products such as gummies, honey sticks, and high absorption water soluble liquids, which are all made in the United States. They even offer products for your pet. The educated staff will help you answer any questions, and you can stop in anytime to get a free sample. Your CBD store, locally owned and operated, open Monday through Saturday 10 to 6, right beside Duck Donuts in Greenville.
The holiday season is here, and Sam Jones Barbecue will take the stress off of your brain and put some goodness on your table this year with our special meal packages. This is Sam Jones, and our Thanksgiving heat and serve meal packages include whole smoked turkey breast, mac and cheese, green bean casserole, baked beans, and 12 potato muffins, including whole pecan pie and a ball of our sweet barbecue sauce. Place your order now at samjonesbarbecue.com and plan your time for convenient curbside pickup. From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the close to 50,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock. There you go. There you go.
Hey,
somehow
Charlie.
that button went. I don't know what happened there.
You didn't hit it?
Well, no.
See,
I didn't hit it, which would mean it would be on, but somehow it went off.
Oh my God. Is there a ghost in the building?
There may be. Did Gruesome Deathman mess with my board while we were in a commercial break?
All right, one more segment to go here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Don't forget, we're with you after the game on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show. By the way, Parker's has great dessert options. Chocolate chip cookies tonight, they're fantastic. The brownies last week were incredible.
My favorite is the apple like to buy a vowel. Apple Crispitos.
Apple Crispitos, Shirley's favorite. They have banana pudding, which is also good.
Billy Weaver's favorite.
That's right. He is. It drives him wild. Let's just say that. He loves the pudding. A lot of great dessert options at Parker's. Don't forget that when you order your barbecue and your chicken and your seafood and sides. Ask about the dessert options as well. All right, Shirley, I tell you what, we got to make some fantasy picks. Before we do that, let's hear from another one of the Pirate players as Jeff Charles talked to Jeff Charles talked to Nashad Strother earlier this week. He's doing a good job filling in. He's already had to be moved around to different positions, and really a team guy, doing what Mike Houston and the team needs him to do this season. Jeff Charles caught up with him one-on-one, and here's how it sounded.
So now with Nishad Strother. And Nishad, let's talk a little bit about how they've moved you around this year. And, of course, Deontay's gone down with a concussion issue. You've had to play left tackle. You're kind of in that situation now where you're playing every week at left tackle. You feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, so through most of the preseason, Deontay was dealing with a few injuries and some COVID protocol left him out for most of the preseason camp. So I spent most of my preseason at left tackle, but then he ended up ultimately coming back for the first game. So then I started at right guard, which is where I spent most of my time last year. So then I ended up playing at right tackle, left tackle, and right guard in the first game against UCF. So I feel very comfortable wherever Coach Schenk needs me on the O-line.
Yeah, let's talk about that. How tough is it, though? They've moved you around some different positions. So how difficult is it for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough job, but I don't mind it at all. I'm just going to do whatever I need to help this team win.
Growing up in Havelock, such a great tradition of high school football there. I know the whole town gets behind Havelock football, don't they? What was that like for you?
Yeah, playing football at Havelock was great. You know, the fans are amazing, and you know, going deep runs in the playoffs every year was great. So it's definitely a winning culture down there. It's a good place to play high school football.
Let's talk about Cincinnati now. Cincinnati is a football team with a great defense. They're only giving up 11.7 points per game, which is pretty amazing in this day and age of college football. And they've got some really good defensive linemen up front that you guys will match up with. So how do you see that?
I feel like we have a good game plan put in this week. We've had a good first two practices of this week, so I feel comfortable with our game plan. And we're a pretty high-flying offense. We like to score fast and score a lot. So, I mean, we're going to do our best against that defense, and we're going to test them for sure.
Going back to last week, Pirates had a difficult time running the football against Tulane. As you look back at that, what do you think happened there?
I think we just struggled as an offensive line with some communication issues. Raji had been like 3 straight 100-yard games, so we really wanted to get him running, but we couldn't. I think we just had some issues, but we plan to get him back up there for sure this week.
And then when Keaton comes in, he kind of is a little bit different change of pace, isn't he?
Yeah, Keaton's a fast kid. You know, if he gets to the second level, you hold your horses because, I mean, he's going to make a run for it. So it's a good, like, with the 2 freshman running backs, they're doing a great job, and we rally behind them for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You know, a lot of guys are going to come back next year and play, of course. You guys are getting a lot of experience this year. So the future looks bright as far as the offensive line is concerned. Let's talk a little bit big picture and what you see with the offensive line moving forward.
Yeah, well, we're definitely a young group, like with me and Trent Holler and a few of the other guys in our class. So, I mean, moving forward, I think we're going to be a very solid O-line with our communication and me and Trent growing as a group, as a O-line as a whole. So, I mean, I think we'll be the front runners for this O-line in the coming years, but I think we'll be great leaders for the young guys coming in. We'll be able to provide anything that this team needs as leadership or anything as the O-line.
So how exciting is it for you guys? You go to Cincinnati, play on a Friday night on national television, playing against the number 7 team in the country. They're undefeated. They've got all the hype. How exciting is that for a player?
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a Friday night game, so everybody in the country is going to be watching. It's going to be in Ohio. It's going to be cold. It's going to be at night. So, but I mean, it's going to be a great atmosphere, and we're looking forward to it.
That's Nishad Strother.
All right, great interview there with the Pirate O lineman, the voice of the Pirates, Jeff Charles. Also caught up with a veteran on this team, Bruce Bivens, and let's hear that interview.
Visit now with Bruce Bivens. Bruce is his senior season. Bruce, you've been around here for a while now. Let's start and talk about that first. Does it seem like it's been a long time, or does it seem like the time has gone quickly for you?
It feels like the time has went by pretty quickly. You know, we're always busy with football and stuff, so, you know, time elapsed pretty fast. So it went by pretty fast. I was just saying that the other day. I was like, dang, I'm a senior already. I can't believe I've been here that long. But yeah, time has really, passed by.
So let's talk about next year. I mean, you have another year of eligibility because this is basically a throwaway year for everybody, but you've been here a long time too. Do you want to come back and play another year, or is it time to move on with life?
I definitely wouldn't mind coming back to play. I mean, I see where this program is going, and, I would love to be a part of that because, things haven't been, so willingly in the past, but I can see where this program is going, and I wouldn't mind being a part of that.
Bruce, you've been a survivor here because you came in with the old staff, and now you had to transition into Coach Houston and his staff. You've seen a lot of different guys come and go through this program, haven't you? Why have you been the guy, and there have been a few of you guys that have really stuck it out? What's been the motivation for you to stick it out and be a part of this thing when so many other guys have left the program for a variety of reasons?
I mean, and you can compare it to life. Like in life, there's a process, and if you believe in something, if you believe in, there's going to be a culture change, you stick around and go through the tough times and grow through it. So that's my reason of sticking around, because I know one day this program will change, either today, tomorrow. I mean, who knows, but you just got to trust the process. Everything's about trusting the process, and that's what I'm doing. That's what my teammates are doing. So
let's talk about Cincinnati coming up this weekend. Desmond Ritter is a fine quarterback. He can hurt you both throwing the ball and running the football as well, can he, Bruce? And tell us how you defend a guy like that.
We just gotta play football. I mean, do our job, and everything else will take care of itself. I mean, do your job and everything will take care of itself, and that's really all I got to say about that.
How exciting is it for you as a player to go to Cincinnati? It's a primetime game on national television this Friday night. They're number 7 in the nation. They're undefeated. How exciting is that for you guys to go out there and take a shot at them?
It's really exciting because, like I said, this program is taking a turn around. So, it's really exciting to display on our platform what we're capable of doing. We've showed that we could play some good football, and we showed that this program is not what it used to be. So, it's really exciting.
Bruce, you came almost halfway across the country to play football at East Carolina. I know you and I have talked about that before from Houston. I think Fresno State had an offer to you, decided to come to East Carolina. As you look back over that decision 4 years ago, how do you feel about it?
I don't regret it at all. Like I said, I'm just trusting the process. At the moment, that's the decision that I made, and I'm still sticking with it to this day. So and that's all that matters, really. I'm still here, and I'm still pushing through.
That's Bruce Bivens.
All right, ECU linebacker Bruce Bivens with the voice Jeff Charles there, as we are about to get things going at Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati. So we'll sign off. Before we do, we'll make some fantasy picks, and I'm going to do something I usually don't do. I'm going to pick first tonight because I just feel that way. I'm going to ride the hot hand, and I'm going to go with Blake Prohl. So I'm going to save you people some studs. Chandler, every time a pick is made, you get angry like it's your pick. Were you going Prohl tonight?
Yes, I was going
Prohl. I thought
Prohl.
Rajay Harris is your guy. C.J. Johnson's your guy.
I don't think he's going to be able to do anything tonight against this defense.
Well,
but it's fine.
Blake Prohl is.
Good luck.
Shirley, who's your pick?
Give me Omatosho.
We need a big play guy. Last year it was C.J. Johnson. This year it could be Audie Omatosho.
It was his game last year. Hopefully it's his game this year. Give me C.J. Johnson.
All right. The picks are in. Tyler Snead just chilling out there for nobody. What a shame. He's going to have a monster night tonight.
I thought she was going to get either Snead or C.J. Johnson.
All right. Let's shock the world. How about
Let's do
that?
it.
Shock
Go Pirates.
The world. Put the ball down. Or as Shirley says,
play till blood drawn.
Play till blood drawn. PTBD. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Had fun with y'all, as always. Thanks to Parker's Barbecue for the awesome pregame food. If you missed out on your opportunities for some Friday night Parkers, how about some Saturday Parkers all day long as you enjoy college football and the Masters? 3 locations in Greenville, parkersbbq.com. Ask about their delivery options as well. They hooked us up today, and man, it was awesome. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. We'll take your calls until the last caller is served. Pirates, looks like they're about to get the football. Enjoy the game, folks. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by